Peace, love, knowledge, and freedom, and welcome to another exciting episode of the Justine Podcast and So Frail Conversations, and the official 200 motherfucking episode of the podcast. I thank every last one of y'all from every part of my being for rocking with me this long. Like consistently, like y'all, man, y'all the real ones, you know what I'm saying? Some of y'all have heard every single episode from the intro, from the welcome that I first did all the way up until now. And this episode is important. This episode is like a understanding piece to everything that I say, everything that I teach, everything that I become, everything that I am, everything that I represent. You know, it's gonna be a very heavy one. I'm not even gonna play with you and act like, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna be something that's gonna make you say, whoa. You feel me? Because we all live our own lives. You know, we all have to go through our own trials and tribulations. But every quote that you ever heard me speak, every stance you ever seen me take, every ideology, every philosophy, everything is going to be explained and made. It's going to be understood through this episode, right? Um, this episode, I have to say is 15 years in the making. 15 to 16 years in the making, right? It took a lot. And, as you've seen from the title, this is called, it's the 200th episode, but it's called So Frail Conversations. Um, Damn, what did I just say I was going to call that shit? So Frail Conversations, the reason the So Frail series was completed. If I'm not mistaken, I think episode 100, or there was another episode that I did that I wrote why So Frail was written. Now I'm going to explain why So Frail was complete, the purpose of it. One thing you hear me say time and time again, I got a podcast episode about it. I got all kind of shit with that. Your purpose is found on the other side of your pain. I've expressed a lot of pain to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I made peace with almost every piece of pain that I've experienced. You know, like some of the recent shit I probably still like, you know what I mean? Because you still get hurt. But like they pale in comparison to my ultimate pain. You feel me? I know I talk about a heartbreak. I know I talk about the devastation of my father, but there's no ultimate pain than the one I'm gonna express from what we go over today. And the worst part about that pain is that I caused it myself. I caused my own pain um, by simply not knowing. And I don't want to say not knowing in the sense that, oh, I was young and I was like, no, I made a conscious decision to do something, but I was unknowing. I ain't gonna say unknowing. I was not conscious to what the fuck my reality was. And it was in this moment that I feel personally that it changed me into a man. Not just any man, it changed me into the man that I express within myself, the way in which I reached my peaks, the way in which I evolved, the way in which I changed, the way in which I had to accept my own responsibilities and accountability, the way in which I actually had to be the father I never had. All of those other things, they all play into this episode. And I'm being very vague and ominous for a reason, because this is the intro, so ain't no point in giving y'all the meat and potatoes, because this is gonna be a long one. Yeah, man, this is a long journey. But this is going to tie into why I'm such an advocate on developing masculinity, why I'm always going to be against, um, white supremacy, why I have my issues and my reserves with a lot of the collective of the shit that we go through, and why, for one, So Frail was able to come into fruition, because all of this was healing that I had to have. Healing is deep. And this is why I talk about like being stop hurting, healing, and then recovering. Recovering is different. When you recovered from some shit because you can heal. Because when you recovered from something because you can create off of it. You feel me? I did an episode on hurt, healed, and recovered. But now I'm adding emphasis on the recovery part. When you recovered from something, you can create with it. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm going to show you I've like y'all have walked with the recovery. Y'all have seen all of that shit, but now y'all got to see the pain. Y'all seen the healing. Y'all even some of y'all have may even seen the hurt stop, but nobody's ever really seen the pain or even heard about it. You feel me? And in some way, shape, or form, that pain was resonant in every other pain that affected me. Past, present, and future, I realized that. You feel me? And in the last episode, I want to say I was talking about leaving your mark, about how you have your death inside you. You have your life inside you. You create your reality within you. You feel me? And I'm going to break down all of the different ideologies and ideations that go into this. And I'm going to tell this reality. I'm not going to say I'm telling a story, because this isn't a story. This is 100% real, what I'm going to say. But before we dive heavy into it, be sure to follow me on Instagram at _just_seen_. Be sure to check out my website at IamJustSeen.com to get all things that are just seen. To all those who tip, donate, and sponsor to the podcast, you are greatly appreciated. To all those who would like to tip, donate, and sponsor to the podcast, you can do so by clicking the link in the description of your podcast. Not this episode, but the podcast itself. As always, Cash App and PayPal are just fine. And as always, that's that for this, and that's this for that. So we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to dive into episode 200, which is So Frail Conversations, why So Frail was completed. And don't forget to visit IamJustSeen.com. There, you can get all things Just Seen. You want to add the So Frail Series to your library? Visit IamJustSeen.com. You want to learn how to master the markets for serious trading and investing? Visit IamJustSeen.com. You want to get your hands on some exclusive merch like tees, hoodies, coffee mugs, hats, bags? Visit IamJustSeen.com. Are you thinking about transitioning into the plant-based lifestyle? Visit IamJustSeen.com. You ever want to just chat with Seen about anything from simple advice to mentorship? Visit IamJustSeen.com. Anything and everything that is me, you can find at IamJustSeen.com. So take a quick peek into my world to see why being just seen is nothing less but always more. Because you never really know what you need until you see it, and you will never see it unless you visit IamJustSeen.com. All right. Welcome back. And without further ado, we're going to dive straight into it. I'm going to go ahead and get the uneasy part out of the way so we can flow into this motherfucker, right? So when I was 17 years old, I was arrested for rape. No, I did not rape anybody, but I was arrested for rape. The situation that occurred was that I had sex with a girl who was 13 years old. Question is, did I know? Yes, I did. I'm not going to lie. I lied once when I was young. When I was 17 and it happened, I lied to my mother. I lied to the people that I cared about the most. That was like, no, yo, I didn't know she was that old. Whatever. Now, mind you, again, no excuses. The girl at the time, thicker than a motherfucker, like she was really built like that. You feel me? She was built like the girls of my age. You know what I'm saying? So I get off work, and like I said, I knew how old she was, right? So I get off work one day, and my homie called me. And he like, yo, I got some girls over here. I'm like, for real, you got some bitches, right? All right, so I'm on the way. So I get there, and there was 4 girls there, right? 2 of the girls I had already fought before. The other 2 I didn't, but the other 2 were sisters, right? One sister was 13, the other one was 12. I said, I'm not fucking no 12-year-old. She's 12, bro. That's crazy. At 17, I didn't process, bro. 13's a year older. Like, the fuck? So I was consciously aware of what I was doing while still being oblivious to what I was about to do, right? So I'm like, nah, man, I ain't fucking her. But I told my homie, bro, you call me all the way over here for some pussy, I'm fucking something, right? So again, no force shit. Nothing was forced whatsoever. So I pull the shorty in the room. Now, when I say pull, I don't mean physically grab her. It was on some, flirty type shit. I grabbed her by her hand and we walked in there together. I say pull because she was behind me, as whatever the case may be. And this is an important detail because it ties into parts of the story down the line. So I pulled her into the room or whatever, right? So as we sitting on the bed, I was like, look, just twist your skirt a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really gonna do nothing with you. You too young for me. I verbally said that shit to her. I verbally said that shit to her. And she was like, all right, cool. Because she was nervous. I could feel her heart racing. I could feel her like, you know what I mean? I can feel like something wasn't right. The energy just was completely off. You know what I'm saying? And in my mind at the time, at 17 years old, all I'm thinking about is the pussy. I'm not even thinking about the human being right now. So it's like I'm feeling all of these things, but I don't give a fuck about them. It's like this is an uneasy feeling. Like I can feel that she's nervous. I can feel that she's afraid right now, that she doesn't know what's gonna happen. So we were initially, just gonna fuck around. And I was like, you know what? I want to see how wet it is, right? So I figured, I'm not fucking. There's no harm in playing in it. And right. So when I stuck my finger in it, like the motherfucker was wet as hell. And I was like, fuck. Let me put the head in, yo. And it was like, she was like, all right, that's it though. And I was like, all right. And then it was like, once I put it in, it was like, damn, like that shit was like, it was different. But you know what I'm saying? It was pussy at the end of the day. But she was like, something ain't right. Stop. So I was like, all right. And I got up. And when I got up, she was bleeding. But it wasn't just like, it wasn't like like, it wasn't the blood of like you dehymenate somebody, or it wasn't like blood like that. And it wasn't even blood of fucking period on or cycle on. This was different. It was like hemorrhaging. You feel what I'm saying? So I was like, oh shit. So I got up and everything, and the blood just wouldn't stop gushing out. Like the shit was flooding. I was like, what the fuck did I do to her? Now I'm freaking out because we both freaking out. And she's bleeding. And as she's running, and she's like, oh my gosh, what's going on? I said, I don't fucking know. What'd you do? And she was like, I didn't do shit. What'd you do? I said, I didn't do nothing. I was like, I literally just put the head in and then that was it. And I'm in my mind, I'm like, she had been fucking before. So I'm like, ain't no way. Like, what the fuck happened? I'm explaining this, as the story goes on, because there was more deeper shit that plays as far as on the spiritual side or whatever the case may be, you know. So she's bleeding or whatever, and as she's running out and everything, and I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? So my homie like, yo, you killed her, bro, and everybody starts laughing at this girl. Everybody starts laughing at this girl. And I'm like, y'all chill, this shit ain't funny, bro. Like, chill out. Like, but everybody laughing at her like, damn. And she's bleeding, like she's bleeding bad. So my homie had an old t-shirt. He gave it to her, right? Thinking, okay, yeah, here, use this. You know what I'm saying? The bleeding wouldn't stop. Shit just wouldn't stop. So I'm like, yo, like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? I had never experienced this before. Well, I have experienced this before. I experienced it twice. No, I experienced blood with women twice. The first time I was like 16. No, the first time I was 15. And this was when I had sex with a girl. And the what was it, her period got fucked on or some shit like that. But it wasn't this. Like she bled, but it wasn't that bad. The second time was this woman told me she wasn't a virgin. She actually was, and it was me dehymenating her. That was another one. But this one was different. I could not, there was nothing in the database. I had never experienced it before, and it was too much blood. I said, something is not right. So they, you know what I'm saying, they leave out because all four, of the four girls that were there, you feel me? Like I said, two of them I had smashed, but two of them were also beefing with each other, right? Two of them were also beefing with each other. Why they were in the same room, I don't know, but it was weird. But the other three, they were cool. So the one I had smashed, the other one that I wasn't gonna smash because she was too young, and the one in the middle, right? They were all cool. They were all friends. The two that were there that I had smashed, they had fought over me prior to that. They live around the corner. It's like neighborhood shit. They had fought over me because I was fucking both of them. You feel what I'm saying? All of these details are very important. And so as my homie give her the shirt, she leaves out of the house, whatever. Like when I say blood, is like they said she bled. Like we lived in the country, so it wasn't really like blocks and shit. So I would say it would be the equivalent of walking like 3 blocks in the city. You feel me? So as she walked home, she's bleeding the whole way. The shirt couldn't stop it. So I'm like, damn. And my mind is going crazy at this point. It's like, oh, what the fuck did I just do to her? Everybody's laughing like, damn, nigga. Everybody laughing on the surface, like, damn, nigga, you killed her. Like, yo, your dick that big or whatever the case. Like, I'm like, no, nah, y'all. This ain't something happened. This is not right. And I was like, something's going, like there was a ominous air after that moment. Just over me. Like, you know how you watch cartoons and a motherfucker when they sad, they got that cloud, that rain cloud, they just won't leave. That moment, something hit me and it just hovered over me. I was like, this ain't right. Something is not right. I can't put my finger on it. My intuition was off. None of that shit. Like, my intuition was never wrong. I'm gonna be 100 with you. This is something that I had developed. Intuition, masculinity, all of that shit. None of that was there. I wasn't thinking about nothing. You feel what I'm saying? So, but there was an energy there that I was like, something just ain't right, bro. Something ain't right. And I was like, yo, y'all stop laughing at a girl. That ain't funny. That ain't funny. So I put it to the back of my mind. Cause like I said, she had been fucking. You feel me? I know the dude. I know for a fact that the dude that she fucked was my age. Like, 'cause that's a whole different thing. But closed cases and shit. So speaking of closed cases, let me explain that too. So if you try to search for the shit, you won't find it because my record got expunged because I had never been in trouble before. I had never done anything after. Like, I wasn't charged with the shit. So it was worn for a little bit, and then like after the charge stuck, after like certain amount of months, I was able to. I'll explain that towards the end, but you're not gonna be able to find the records on this or anything. So I low key don't have to tell this story, but I feel like universal wise, I have to. But anyway, back to the main point. So as I said, everybody's talking about the crazy shit about what happened and all of this. So let the shit die down. So I'm thinking, and like I said, I'm thinking nothing's gonna happen of it because she had been fucking before, blah blah blah. Like she hung, like they called me over there because the girls was fucking and shit. That didn't mean I had to go over there for fucking. You feel me? But anyway, that's what I was known for. That's what I was known for. You feel me? The ladies, man. You feel me? You gotta have hands or you gotta have hoes. You feel what I'm saying? I had hands, I could fight, but I would rather take your girl from you first. You feel me? That was me. I didn't give a fuck. And I always just saw the pussy. I didn't see a human being. That was the first time in my life that I seen a human being. I know I got a sister. I know I got a mama. Those are titles. Those are titles that you were supposed to honor, so you do honor them. There's a level of respect that is this doesn't have to be explained. But for the first time, somebody outside of my family, that was a mom, sister, auntie, cousin, this is just a regular motherfucker. I seen a human. And I think that may have been what the cloud was lingering over me because I saw a human. I said, a human being was just hurt. Everybody laughed. Everybody humiliated it. Everybody mocked her. And I was the only one looking like, y'all, this ain't right. So one day we balling and shit. And then one of my homies came up and he was like, yo, Shorty mama looking for you. I was like, who? Shorty who? Who's her mama? And she was like, they was like, man, nigga, you know who. Her mama looking for you. I'm like, the fuck for? Like, I don't know, bro. But it might be something about that shit. I was like, what shit? You feel me? They're like, man, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Like, I think her mama know. I'm like, how her mama know? Man, motherfuckers been talking. Who been talking? Talking about what? Talking to who? You feel me? So as it plays out, it was real weird how the shit played out because the the known neighborhood pedophile was the one who told her mama that, what I'm saying, I had fucked her or whatever. And I'm like, again, this is before accountability kicked in. I'm like, nigga, you had them getting high in your house, fondling them and shit. Nigga, like, nigga, we know. Like, and I said, all right, it is what it is. But I was like, you know what? If her mama asked me, I'm gonna say yeah. Like, nigga, don't do that. Everybody kept telling me don't do it. I said, nah, bro, I ain't got shit to hide. I didn't do shit. You feel me? I'm like, yo, her daughter shouldn't have been over there in the first fucking place. Like, you feel me? Why was she over there? So I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna tell her that I fucked her. You feel me? And it was like, all right, man, do what you do. I wouldn't tell it, just lie. I said, nah, ain't no point in lying, bro. I can't run from this shit. The fuck? Mind you, as far at this particular moment, and when I'm talking to my homies, I'm assuming that her mom found out that I just had sex with her. That's it. That's all I'm assuming, right? I don't know shit else about shit. So when her mama see me walking, she was like, your name Ray Ray, ain't it? I was like, yeah. And she was like, these are the words she asked me. She was like, did you have sex with my daughter? I was like, yes, I did. And I was like, I'm not even gonna lie about it. Yes, I did. Now, her response was, she was like, it's taking me everything in me not to jump on you right now. You know what I'm saying? And she's saying you just arrogant with it. I was like, arrogant with what? I'm just telling you that I had sex with your daughter. I don't get what you mean. And she was like, you know how old my daughter is. At this moment, the pain in which she expressed, I knew something went right. So this is the moment when I lied about it. I said, yeah, she's 16. She was like, nah, my baby girl's only 13. And she was like, stay away from my babies. I was like, okay. I said, I'm like, all right. Because I started again, that energy came back. Someone right. Someone motherfucking right. That energy came back. And it was with her mama this time. And I go home. I'm chilling because I was literally on the way home. So I'm chilling. I get a knock at the door. Boom, 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 boom. Sheriff's department. You feel me? At the time, again, I ran with gangsters and trappers. You feel me? So usually when the sheriff knocks on the door, it's for my brother, maybe one of my cousins and shit, right? Because that's everybody knew, you know what I'm saying, my family or whatever. So knocking on the door, sheriff's department. Me, comfortable as shit, not thinking anything wrong. Open the door. And it was like, we're looking for Curtis McGee. So my middle name is Curtis, right? And that's what I went by, like school wise and everything. Like Racine was a name that I had to embrace. I never liked that name at first. You feel me? I hated it. I hated it. Um, just because it was different and everything like that. But I never went by Racine. So when they knocked on the door and called me Curtis, I was like, what's going on? They was like, uh, we have we have a report that you raped somebody. I said, whoa. Like, y'all know that little meme with the white dude that blinked twice and shit? And like, that's how I looked at these things. I was like, rape? Raped who? So at this point, I'm like, nigga, who the fuck could it be? Like, you feel I'm not even thinking about this young lady that I had. Cause I'm like, you said rape. There was like, you admitted to raping somebody. I said, nigga, no, I didn't. I'm like, whoa, 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 wait, what are you talking about? It was like, you just spoke to a woman about raping her daughter. I said, no, I didn't. I said, yo, she asked me, did I have sex with her daughter? And I told her, yeah. And then it hit me. I said, oh my gosh, what the fuck just happened? So I started trying to call my mom and shit. My mom's at church. Now, again, I'm a good kid. The church thing ain't, I'm only saying that she's at church just for location, not to say this is why I don't fuck with religion or shit like that. That's totally different. It plays into this, but it's totally different. You feel me? So I'm trying to call my mom on the phone. She's not answering the phone. Like I'm calling back to back. My mama would never answer if I had back to back calls because she knows nothing's wrong. I never because I didn't get in trouble. I didn't do shit. So like, and my mama seen multiple calls. She probably thought it was about some food or something, or about something simple. Never thought about it. She just kept letting it go to voicemail. So I can't get up with her. So they said we're gonna go back. I don't know why they just didn't seize me then. But it was like, I was like, my mom's not home. You gotta wait for her to come in or whatever. So whatever. I knew that little part of the law. She did teach me about that shit. So I guess they go back down to her shorty house. I call my big sister. And I'm like, yo, they just the police just said I raped somebody. And I'm freaking out because I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And in this moment, it was like this was one of the lessons that I learned. Like everybody's gonna process shit differently. Nobody's gonna process anything how you're processing it. So certain things you gotta learn how to take by yourself. So as I'm telling my sister, because I didn't know what to do, you know what I'm saying? It's like the first thing, it's like she starts spazzing on me. And it's like, yo, calm down. I can't even think straight right now. Like, yo, what the fuck? Like, yo, chill out, relax. I get it. You're big sister and you're trying to be like, yo, relax. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking right now. You feel me? But I can't get that out. So I'm freaking out. I'm just like, yo, whatever. And then she's like, don't whatever me. She said, this is serious. I said, I know it's serious, but I can't I can't process this shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on because I didn't do this shit. You feel what I'm saying? So she finally calls my mom. My mom rushes home and shit. And so when she rushes home talking to the people, that was like, yeah, we have we have word that your son raped somebody. And I was like, I've seen my mother cry twice in my life. Twice. No, I'm lying. 3 times. I've seen my mom cry 3 times in my life. The first time, I was 4 years old. She had a migraine so bad that it put her on her hands and knees. You feel me? Like she couldn't do anything. And in that moment, like I don't know if I had to be like 3 or 4 because I don't know if I seen just my mom press the numbers on the phone so many times or if I just really knew how to do it, just knew the number. So I called one of her friends and was like, yo, my mom needs you to take her to the hospital right now. She's having a bad headache. She's crying. She's hurting. She needs you to come pick her up. So my friend pulls up and everything. And my mom thought I was bullshitting. She thought I just picked up the phone on some imaginary shit until her friend knocked on the door. And when I opened the door, she was like, yo, I need to go to the hospital. And so she was like, she was like, how'd you call me? You could barely stand up. She said, Ray Ray did it. And they both looked at me like, the fuck is he? Like, you feel what I'm saying? It was like, did you dial the number for him? She said, I can barely walk. I don't know how he dialed the number, but he did it. It don't matter. Got to the hospital, whatever. My mom was better. It's the first time I seen her cry. Third time I seen her cry was when I graduated from college. You feel what I'm saying? But the second time I seen her cry, that was the one that hurt me the most because that was this moment. She was on the phone with one of her friends and shit. And when trauma hits, you got to talk to your safest place. So instantly, in the heat of the moment, everybody's telling my situation without all of the details. So as the story is being told, I raped somebody. You feel me? I didn't find this out till later. Me and my sister, we low key had a falling out, but we had to heal from this shit. I had to deal with it because I felt like my sister betrayed me because she told one of my aunts because she was like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't have anybody to talk to, so I talked to her. And she told one of my aunts. My aunt told my uncle. This uncle is the mouthiest uncle we have in the family. Everybody knew, but everybody knew that I raped somebody. That's what fucked me up the most because I was like, y'all, I didn't rape anybody. This is not cool. Like, y'all are telling a story that's not right. Y'all don't even have all of the details, bro. But on paper, I had raped the person, right? So, like I said, in my mom's perspective, when I seen her cry, and I'm like, damn, yo, I think she thinks I'm a rapist for real. She really thinks I raped somebody. And it's like, damn, how in the fuck did we get here? How the fuck did I get here? So I started reflecting and shit. So time goes on. Um, the police was like, my mom was like, all right, I turn them in. They trusted my mom on turning me in because my mama would turn your motherfucking ass in if you committed a crime. She would tell the police where the fuck you was at. It's like, damn. All right, mama. She said, if you're gonna do the crime, do the time. You man enough, whatever. So you feel me? I love her to life though, but that made me stay out of trouble in that regard. Didn't think I can get in trouble like this. So I go to school and shit. Then they like I'm trying to let shit die down or whatever the case may be. I'm still trying to process this shit. So the next day, they're like, all right, we're not gonna arrest them in school. We'll come. My mom was like, can we keep this out of the newspapers? Because you know, we don't need this, like, because we don't even know what's happening right now. She started the process. Actually, like, so after she got off the phone with her friend, and now mind you, she went straight to the phone with her friend, and like they talking, she was like, I was just talking about how good he's doing, how he's about to go to school, and it's all over. I was about to graduate. I already got accepted into college. I was like, you feel what I'm saying? I was working. I had never been in trouble before. You feel me? And she was like, to see her, I broke her. I I broke my mom's heart that day. And the reason why I mentioned those tears, because it was like the first time she cried that bad, I didn't cause it. A migraine did it. A migraine brought her that to that point. But this time it was my action. You feel me? She could not stop crying. The tears would not stop falling. It wasn't just like, oh, a tear fell. She hurt. I broke her. I broke her. And that was the worst feeling I ever had in my life, that I broke my mama. You feel what I'm saying? So now I'm dealing with that energy. I got to deal with the fact that I broke my mama. Deal with the fact that niggas think I'm a rapist now. Like, what the fuck? Like, shit. Like, I ain't raped nobody, though. But that's how the story is being spread in that moment, that I raped somebody. So as she's telling her friend in the confusion, I'm listening. I'm like, yo, why are y'all telling? Like, y'all should talk to me about this. You feel me? Y'all should really talk to me about this, not everybody else. It's my shit. What you mean you don't know who to talk to? Talk to me. I don't have anybody to talk to because you guys are talking to everybody else. First time in my life I shut down. I shut down. I went into such a fearful mode that I did nothing anymore because I was so afraid that everything that I do would get me in trouble. Because that's what they told me. Like when I went to so when we went to court, so I'm gonna say that part. And I'm like, all right, so they basically told me I couldn't get in any more trouble if I wanted my record expunged. My record didn't get expunged until I was 19, maybe. A habit takes 21 days to form. You feel me? When I went to college, when we did our little evals or whatever, when we got in there, it was like, yo, you're antisocial. I said, I'm not antisocial. I got to stay out of trouble. I said, this is a mechanism for me to stay out of trouble. You can call it antisocial all you want to. I'm not antisocial. I will mingle when I need to, but I got to stay out of trouble. I can't do this. I cannot fuck up at all. You feel what I'm saying? So the time goes, you know what I'm saying? Court goes on. My mom, she gets me a lawyer and shit. Um, I'm so glad I had a lawyer because to represent myself, it was on some bullshit. That's when I learned the law system. It's like, yo, that's why you be making motherfuckers plea bargain and shit. Like, yo, you make a guilty plea for a bar. Like off rip, they offer you a plea bargain to get your ass in jail. They don't even give you opportunity or desire to want to fight it. Yo, if you plea bargain, you can get this. No, nigga, a plea and the bargain is to say, I did this. It's an admittance that I did this shit. These are words that you don't fucking know. You feel what I'm saying? This law shit is written in a way that y'all will see as the story unfolds why I am how I am now. So it's like plea bargain guilty. No. So I was able to get a lawyer. You feel what I'm saying? And so when we got the lawyer, I don't know if her family had a lawyer or not. I can't. No, they didn't have a lawyer. They didn't have a lawyer. It was just they didn't need one. They were the one bringing the accusation to the case. You feel me? To the courts or whatever. So when I first went into the the um the meeting with my lawyer and shit, my mama was with me, and he was like, "I need to know what happened." I was like, "My mama." She looked at me and said, "Do you need me to leave the room?" I didn't want to say no, but I had to say yeah because it was like to say no is gonna make her feel like she already thinks I raped this girl. But it's like I'm not comfortable telling my mama that I was fucking. 17 years old, being fully engaged in sex. I was uncomfortable with telling my mama that I was being fully engaged in sex. First problem for me. I should not have been fucking anyway. I'm not even, my big brother taught me that shit. As years came on, he said, yo, if you got to lie about the shit that you're doing, you don't need to be doing it. And I was like, I could not bring myself to tell my mama in front of my lawyer that I was having sex. You feel me? So my mom left the room or whatever. Me and my lawyer pretty much told him, I was like, he said, I got to tell you like this. He said, he said, you're not a good liar. He said, so if, he said, if you don't tell me the truth, they're going to eat you alive when you go up there. So I was like, damn, all right, homie, motherfucker, shit. I'll tell the truth then, nigga, the fuck. You feel me? But I told him same situation, whole story. I was like, look, this is everything that happened. I told everything. Like I didn't leave any of the details out. I told that, yeah, I walked her into the room and everything. I pulled her into the room or whatever the case may be. And again, that's a significant word. So I said that part. I told him that she bled or whatever. We gave her a shirt and everybody. I was like, my thing was like, how did he was like, and this is what my lawyer told me. I don't know if he was just fucking with me or what, because I really couldn't validate. He was like, you need better friends. And I was like, okay, whatever. So when the story comes back, the sheriff that wrote the report, white dude. I ain't like him. I wanted to punch him in his face. Let me tell you why I ain't really fuck with him like that, right? When when my mom turned me in and shit, I'm doing my mugshot or whatever the case may be. The nigga gonna say smile. I'm like, I'm looking around like, bitch, I'm about to go to jail and you telling me to smile? Fuck you. You feel me? And so I'm in the little cell and shit, man. Like this, being in jail, like being in a holding cell. I'm glad I didn't go to prison, but being in jail, that shit's it's a cage, bro. The lights are dim. They don't like it's a stale, ugly ass pink paint. That's just like, and you sitting in that bitch by yourself, ain't no cushion, everything cold. that energy came back once again and just hovered over me. I'm like, what the fuck is this cloud? And where did it come from? I don't fucking know, you know? But anywho, this same cop that wrote the report, the one that told me to smile in the motherfucking mugshot and shit, he wrote the report that I had raped a mentally retarded girl. Like, I didn't find this out until after the case. You know what I'm saying? When everybody was talking and shit, and the lawyer was like, "Yeah, he like they said that your daughter was mentally retarded." She said, "She's not mentally retarded." I'm like, "Damn, not only are they saying I raped, they saying I'm raped a retarded girl. What the fuck?" This is and at this point I'm like, "Dog, was I really focused on pussy that much that I didn't what if she really was mentally challenged and I didn't know?" That's what's playing in my mind now. I'm freaking the fuck out because like I said, I didn't find out till after the case. This shit went on a decent amount of time. I think it was like a month and a half, 2 months maybe. But I didn't find out after the case, after the fact that that's what was written in the report. You feel me? But I knew about the rape. So as it's broken down, so he was like, well, I went and so my lawyer said he went to go talk to the girl and her mother or whatever. And as they were explaining it, that's how it was initiated that I had raped her. The reason why, and this is what not only did I already see the human being when she hit, but this is when I saw black women's pain differently. For the first time in my life, I saw black women's pain differently. When they asked, you know, why now I get it. Motherfuckers be like, yo, she shouldn't have lied on you. She motherfucking, I understand why she lied. Because she knew she wasn't supposed to be fucking. She knew she wasn't supposed to be outside because her mama was at work. She was sneaking. She knew the schedule and shit. Shit that we were doing too. I was outside times when my mama wasn't supposed to. My mama wasn't there. She told me to stay in the house, lock the door and shit. I violated. I did shit. I was a kid. You feel what I'm saying? I did certain shit. You feel me? But because this situation happened and she wasn't supposed to be there, you know what I'm saying? It played out like, did he come in here and do that to you? It's like, oh, so she didn't even tell where she was at. He was like, yeah, it wasn't until I pressed it and we got more witnesses. And that's when, you know what I mean? When I found out what had, like, you know, the phrase, hell hath no fury like a woman scorn? Yeah, yeah. The two women that had already fought each other over me, you feel me, that I had fucked, that I pretty much called disposable goods. I said, I already fucked them. I'm not fucking them no more. I didn't process what the fuck I was saying to those girls. I didn't give a fuck about what I was saying to those girls. I was in a whole don't give a fuck attitude at that time. So I didn't give a fuck about what I was saying to those girls. Who the fuck cares? Like, I already fucked y'all. Y'all ain't shit. Right? One of them was my girlfriend, though. Before. You feel me? Before all of that shit. You feel me? One of them was just somebody that I was fucking, but the other one was the girlfriend. We broke up, afterwards, but well, before that, you know what I'm saying? But the fact that I was now trying to fuck her friend. Remember when I told you it was four girls, three of them were friends, one of them was just on the outskirts or whatever. And the three that was friends, one of them was like, I get it. I get it. I was a fuck boy. That was some ultimate fuck boy shit. I fucked you. I fucked another chick and you fought her, and then I fucked one of your good friends. But I was sitting there listening to what the motherfucker was telling. I wasn't even mad that she told it. She was the reason. The two women that I had fucked, they were the ones who had kind of put it out there. Didn't even know it. And then it got back to the same because those are the two girls that they both hung with the very pedophilic dude that told the mama. So I'm like, nigga, you need to tell on yourself. But accountability, I had to take responsibility of my own shit. You feel me? That was the first time in my life I was ever accountable. And as I'm sitting there looking at the damages of what the fuck it means to be accountable, I know why niggas lie. I see why motherfuckers lie. This was the first time in my life I said, you know what? I'm going to tell the truth. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a man up. I'm gonna own up to the shit that I did. No, I should have stayed a child this time. Realistically, I should have stayed a child because this motherfucking extreme was different. So, like I said, the story's being passed down or whatever. So my lawyer went and pressed him. He was like, so I need to know the details. And so as he's getting the details, that's when it can no longer be listed as rape. It was like, oh, so you, and then he was like, yeah, she did validate that you pulled her in the room, but it wasn't like a forceful pull. You kind of held her hand and y'all walked in the room together. I was like, yes, she told the truth. I said, thank you. Thank you. He said, but you're not out of the clear yet. He said, because now they're going to push for statutory rape. So let me break down real quick how North Carolina work. Just how the justice system work, even if it's about, black people. So I originally my charges for rape was 25 to life. They were gonna give me 25 years. Shit blew me because it's like I hear so many rape cases that happen, you know what I'm saying, to them or whatever the case may be, the Caucasian people. There's another reason why when I talk to our people, I'm like, yo, stop trying to get away with the shit or justify that, like with the Bill Cosby thing. They don't see nothing when the seventh heaven guy raped the fuck it, it's wrong. It don't matter what color it was. Look at the woman, the child, the person that's damaged in that process. That's what we not paying attention to. Fuck the, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn, bro, 25 to life. My life was over. I died. I died in that moment. When I tell people I recovered from depression, when I tell people I battled suicide and I recovered from the shit, this is why. This is why. My instant moment. Like, no court, no case, nigga. The fuck, I can't run from this shit. 25 to life? Fuck y'all. For some shit I ain't really do. I said I admit to fucking her, but the fact that I admit to fucking her fucked me up. He's like, you already said yeah. And he was like, she got a witness, her friend. I was like, yeah, I did say that shit right in front of another motherfucker. Like, why'd I tell the truth? That's my thing. I'm like, why I ain't lie? You know how motherfuckers be like, what you got? Motherfuckers be like, yo, why you lie? I was like, yo, why I tell the truth? Like, what was the purpose in me telling the truth in this shit? Right? But low key, the truth was what was saving me. My accountability was what was saving me. So he pressed it, found out, that it was like, so it's like, wow, when she finally told what happened, she was like, when she told you to stop, you stopped and got up. I was like, yes, I did everything right. Except I shouldn't have been fucking with her. But I'm speaking in terms of 17-year-old. I said, I'm so glad I got up. I'm so glad I got the fuck up. And I just said, yo, I'm almost done. Soon as she said, stop, something ain't right, I hopped up. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You feel me? So that gets reduced down. He was like, but you're not out of the clear because now they're going to push for statutory rape. So I'm thinking, okay, rape was 25 to life. Statutory going to be what? 5 years, slap on the hand? Nope. It's 25. So you just took the life off, nigga. What the fuck? You still going to give me 25, bro? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm 17, 20. I say, yo, my whole life is over. 25 years, my nigga? 25 years. I'll be what, 43, 42 when I get out? Damn. Like I couldn't fathom anything. Like I was like, fuck college, fuck rap, fuck everything. I didn't know what I was gonna do. I died. I died that day. My spirit died. It was different. It's one thing to die physically, because then it's over. But to die while your heart still beats, to die while you still breathing, that's different. That's different. My spirit died. My spirit was broken. I could not, like, you know how they say when you in the dark and you hold your hand out, you can't see past your fingertips? That's what it was like. There was no bright future anymore. There was none of that shit. Right? So I'm like, damn, And it was like, yo, in the state of North Carolina, statutory is 4 years. Oh my God. I'm 17, she's 13. I said, all right, well, I dodged the rape bullet at least. Like, now I'm gonna get stat. And my thing is like, at the moment, again, I get why niggas snitch. I ain't snitch on nobody, don't get me wrong. But I get why people snitch. You feel me? I get why people snitch for real, for real. You feel me? I'm not even mad at 6ix9ine. Like when people are like, yo, 6ix9ine still in the culture, he snitched, blah, blah, blah. I understand why motherfuckers snitch. But I also understand if you can't hang with this shit, don't get in the game. Don't get in the game. You feel me? It was a different game that I was playing, but don't get in the game. So, you know what I mean? I'm thinking like, damn, how am I getting like how many niggas she fucked, bro? I wasn't the first nigga. I know I want the first nigga because I know the other nigga that hit it. That's the only reason why I greenlit the shit. For myself, I was like, oh, somebody else fucking and she ain't gonna tell nobody. But I did something they didn't do. I made her hemorrhage. I don't know what the fuck I hit. To be honest, I don't know what I hit. I can't even explain what I hit. There should not have been that much blood. Like even if you, I popped a cherry before. Like there's not that much blood. She hemorrhaged. That was different. You feel me? So telling me statutory is, I'm like, damn, bro. And all I could think about is like all the big homies that was picking up the girls from high school. Why they ain't in trouble? All the motherfuckers that's, would come to the jobs that I worked and, you know, pick up like, why they ain't in trouble? I'm like, yo, you go to school with me. They graduated a long time. They shouldn't be here. Why I'm in trouble? Why in the fuck am I in trouble? This is what we do. You feel what I'm saying? This is what we do. When I look at age gaps between some of the parental figures and shit, like, you feel me? My grandmother started having kids at 14. You feel what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm not making no justifications, no passes, and no shit like that. But this is what's going through the mind of a 17-year-old. I'm like, all of the shit that I saw, I just copied it. I'm the one in trouble, though. I'm the one in trouble. So after that shit, they was like, we're gonna deliberate, do all the other shit, and we'll have another scheduled meeting, whatever. So I go to school, and my shit is in the newspaper. And I'm in a computer class because it's my senior year. I'm doing my SAT prep class that I had signed up for and shit. That kind of completely fucked me up because it was the SAT prep course. They never gave me a book. And the motherfucking course, like that was the lowest grade I got in high school. I got a 59. And my transcript, when I went to, apply for my scholarships in college and shit, they were like, we see this discrepancy. I said, look, that I ain't gonna say it wasn't my fault, but it wasn't my fault. I said, look, they didn't get the book until halfway through the semester, the book that I needed. So all I can do is catch up with what I could catch up on, and anything else I got a zero. It was like law of averages. Even if I made all hundreds, this is what it was gonna break out to. And what I get, a 59. Like, you feel what I'm saying? So it was like I literally couldn't finish half of the material. So there was like, understandable. There was, I said, I pressed them every single week, right? Same librarian, because I pressed him every single week. The librarian, because the computer course was in the library, some weird shit. But the librarian, she knew my face. But I was in the library so much, like she knew me. I was a hood nigga. Don't get me wrong. I ran the streets, but I did my shit too. I would go get my AR books, read them and shit, talk to the librarians and shit, see what new books are coming out. I always loved to expand my mind. You feel me? I always loved to expand my mind. So she knew me, like knew me. To where when she read the clip, she walked in and she said, tell me this isn't you. It took everything for me not to cry because I was like, damn, not only is now it's starting to spread because it's like now my family sees me one way, never spoke to me about the shit. To this day, the same family that knows about they have never talked to me about the situation. Nobody. They only talked to the secondary sources who didn't have all of the facts when they told the information. Crazy. You feel me? But now it's starting to spread differently. So the librarian is like, bro. She didn't say bro, but she's like, tell me this isn't you. I was like, yeah, yeah, that's me. And like she looked at me and just looked in my eyes and just turned around and walked away. She ain't really speak to me no more. Like if I came into the library and shit, got books and shit, our conversation won't the same. Because at this point, people are seeing me as a rapist. They really think I raped this person. It's crazy. So if you've read So Frail 3, yeah, this is a shameless plug, motherfucker. If you read So Frail 3, or if you've taken one of my sessions and we got to the chakra area, right? Tree of light too, but specifically the chakra area. What do we talk about with the solar plexus? Your personal identity. And what is it blocked by? Shame. And what is shame? Internalized guilt. I felt guilty for what I did already. Then I internalized that guilt and made that who I was. I started to perceive myself as the rapist that everybody seen me as. Whether like all the other shit I did was done. That fuck with my personal identity as a person. Fuck me up. Right? So one of my homies, he like, bro, not you. Not you, dog. Like, what I gotta do? I'm like, ain't shit you can do, bro. Like, we just gotta wait this shit out. That's my thing. He wasn't talking like that. He said, bro, no court, no case. I said, nah, bro, I can't do that. They gonna know it was me. They gonna know it was me. If I have you do that, they'll know it was me. Like the court has already been going. Like she just dissed a fucking peer. Like what the fuck? You feel me? Then it's like now it's me and you. You feel me? I mean, I'm not gonna fold on you, no shit like that. But then I gotta wear what I just told you to go do. Either way, I'm getting life, nigga. I said, I don't want that shit. I'm trying to fight this shit. I said, nah, I don't do no shit like that. You feel me? Because it was like, yo, man, we the ones that fuck up, not you. He said, I was like, oh, this is, you know what I'm saying? This is a white supremacy structure. I'm not blaming. Because at some point we can't continue to blame them. But I'm like, yo, wow, this is a part of like this is what they wanted. For us to be destroyed in every way. We look at the drug dealers and the criminalities and all that shit, there's a different dynamic to it. So anyway, I didn't give the green light. I told him don't do no shit like that. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna beat it. Hopefully I come home. But I told him, if I don't come home, take care of my mom. And I told him, I said, if they tell me I'm not coming home, take care of my mom. He was like, what you mean, bro? I said, I'm ending it, bro. I'm not going to jail. I'm not going to jail because I said, I fucked her, but I didn't do what I didn't do what they're painting it as. But even more than that, deeper than that, the real reason why I was going to kill myself was because I had internalized that I was a rapist, that I had raped this person. At this point, so much of the shit had been repetitive in me that I started to believe it. It was like, maybe I did rape her. Maybe I did. And was I evil person because I gave her a towel because she was bleeding or whatever the case may be? Because it's like, was I really arrogant in telling her mama that? Did I really not give a fuck? I started internalizing that shit. You feel me? Which was a whole different dynamic because I didn't get what my mama was saying. In fighting this, can we make sure he's not registered as a sex offender? I didn't know the depths of what that was going to do to me. Because that really was what was going to happen if I would have got charged with statutory rape. I would have been registered as a sex offender. You know, every relationship of mine would have been fucked up. I wouldn't have been able to live nowhere. I wouldn't have been able to work at certain places. And there's real sexual offenders out there who actually intentionally offend children. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't in that space, but I would have been qualified like that for the rest of my life. Again, personal identity, sacral chakra, solar plexus chakra shit. Once you internalize the guilt and you make it a part of you and you feel shame for it, that's who you become. In my mind, I was like, yo, I'm a sexual offender. All I was doing was what they encouraged me to do. They told me that I should be out here fucking. Everybody, all they did was sex, sex, sex. Like, bro, you need to be fucking. You need to be doing this. Motherfuckers just giving me condoms and not talking about anything else. I knew nothing else about it. Said, don't get nobody pregnant. And don't catch nothing. So I always use rubbers and shit, but it's different. That was one of the things that helped too. They couldn't get anything off of her because I used the condom. You feel me? But anywho, as the statutory thing was going, he was explaining to me, he was like, yeah, it's 4 years. I said, hey, I beat the first one. I said, hey, it was a cool run. I ain't getting past this one. Right. So, cause he, after he pressed it and was like, there's no way that my client raped your daughter. And your daughter knows that. And then it came out, yeah, I said that because I knew I was in trouble, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, damn. Instantly, everybody, like, yo, that bitch lied. I should go do this. I should go do this. She was scared, bro. She was scared. Y'all don't know what I felt. Y'all don't know what I felt in that room with her. That uneasy feeling she felt was the same uneasy feeling she had about her mama. I got you. I see why you lied. It was either you or me. I ain't mad at you. That moment, I was not mad at her. Everybody else was mad at her. I mean, Motherfuckers really wanted to end that girl. And I kept saying, do not do no shit like that. Y'all leave that alone because I seen something that y'all can't see. Y'all worried about me. I'm worried about the whole situation. Everybody involved. You feel me? Everybody involved. And as it's developing, situations playing out and shit, they couldn't get me for rape, so they pushed for statutory because her mom was like, well, he got to get something. It's like, respectfully, respectfully, that's your daughter. It's your baby girl. I'm not even, you feel me? I'm having a different epiphany about life. Like, I don't know if I stepped out of myself, I transcended, whatever. You feel me? I was different, but I was dead already. Nothing moved me anymore. I was literally dead. I was a robot. I was in autopilot like a motherfucker. I was dead. My soul was gone. My spirit was broken. You feel me? Completely broken. So when he was like, he brought about statutory rape, I was like, all right, bro. He's all right, we're going to press it. In the state of North Carolina, you have to be 4 years or more for it to be counted as statutory rape. Me and this young lady were 3 years and 9 months apart. 3 years and 9 months apart. I didn't know shit about numerology then. I didn't know shit about the numbers then. That was a significant point. That was a significant point. And when I saw, like, when I look at it in hindsight, 3, the number of completion, 9, the number of divinity. This lesson, when I came out of that shit, it was gonna teach me something. Boy, did it teach my motherfucking ass. But it was gonna teach me something because it was supposed to. But again, I didn't know what I was seeing when I was seeing it. So they were like, yeah, you guys, you're 3 years and 9 months apart. I was like, I'm still not processing it because I'm like, so what does that mean? It's like, well, they can't try you for statutory. I was like, yes, that means they can't get me for 25. So I beat life off rip. You feel me? Then I beat the stat. But I was like, but they said now you're gonna get the charge of contributing to a delinquency. I was like, what? And he was like, my lawyer said, okay, you're gonna plead no contest. Again, something I didn't know at the time. Pleading no contest is not pleading no contest is a low-key admission of doing something. I didn't know that shit until I took a criminal justice class in college. But my lawyer convinced me to, plead no contest. He said that'll be the best route, right? Because you were contributing to a delinquency. I said, so how much time is that? And he was like, oh, we can get you a PJC and you have to do community service. I was like, fuck it. I pleaded no contest, nigga. I didn't know. I didn't do the shit, right? So, um, as it comes down, they meet with the mother and the daughter, and the mother was like, that's fine. That's fine. So I was like, wait, going to jail for rape was fine. Going to jail for, like, what are you doing? Are you playing with me? Like, what the fuck are you doing here, lady? This is my life you playing with. This is my life that I was playing with. Never taking it serious till this moment. I gambled it until this moment. So we go to court, and for the last time, and my lawyer's like, look, this is his rap sheet. It was literally just a piece of paper. I know he's being dramatic, and she said he's never been in trouble. He said straight A student, like you feel me? He's an ambassador in the school. Like, it's like, did you know when the people? He said, do you know how much staff and the teachers were disappointed when they learned about this? They were disappointed in him. Nobody expected it. He said, just on the back, I didn't even know so many people have been paying attention to me like that, but on the behalf of them, like they spoke on my name. They was like, it wasn't something that, like, they were shocked. They was like, I can't believe he would do something like this because they thought I raped somebody. They knew I was a ladies' man. They knew I was a flirt. They knew I had girls. I had teachers. I'd be at the lock. They'd be like, boy, if you don't get to class and leave these girls alone, dang, man, leave me alone. You feel me? They knew that. But to take it to that extreme was different. So the judge was like, and this is what got me about the system. Like, it was different on the inside. Like, The my lawyer was saying we would, we're gonna plead no contest. It was like this, he was contributing to delinquency or whatever the case may be. Would take that, and then um the lady, they asked the judge, said, "Is that good for you?" I said, "Wait a minute. She got the choice to say whether or not I can be charged with something because it's not good for her." I said, "Oh, this ain't." I got scared again because I said she could very well say, "Fuck what they talking about. He raped my daughter." I was like, but then I thought she had already said all this shit to my lawyer. My lawyer got shit on record, like he can, you know what I mean? Like, so I was like, okay. So her mama said, and this is when the energy was still there. But this is when I started to respect the energy. And this is when I started to see the energy for just the energy. Not as a good energy, not as a bad energy, but an energy that I needed to pay attention to. Because her mama looked at the judge and said, "That's perfectly fine." She said, "I didn't want to get him in trouble. I just wanted him to learn a lesson." I looked to the side. In my head, I said, "Bitch, the fuck you could have taught me a lesson by just talking to me. You didn't have to put me through this shit." That wasn't her mama talking. I know. Niggas think I'm an atheist. Niggas think I don't believe in God. This is why I tell people I understand God now. We different. We different. Motherfuckers believe in God. I understand it. I know what it is. I know when it's present. I know when it's absent. I know all of the things about it. There's no mystery to me. I don't have faith. I don't need to have faith in the thing I understand. I can accept it or reject it. I see bigger than that. You feel me? And I'm confidently standing on that shit. And I can walk you through the process of how to get here. But you got to get to your trauma first. Trauma's your purpose is on the other side of your pain. So, anywho, as she tell these motherfuckers, you feel me? This was before the spiritual side kicked in. I'm gonna tell you when the spiritual moment actually happened and kicked in. So the mom was like, "Yeah, I didn't want to get him in trouble. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." So I'm like, I started saying, "Mom, you should whoop her ass when we get out of here." You feel me? But my mom, she wasn't gonna do no shit like that. She was like, "All right, whatever." So as we getting ready to leave, you know, my mama and the other mama talking, and the mom was like, she said, "If that woman is a God-fearing woman, I know she gonna be in here with them, whatever the case may be." So they talking about all that other shit. I'm like, all right, man, whatever, bro, whatever. So the lady came to me, shook my hand. Now, mind you, I'm broken. My spirit broken. I don't know what the fuck y'all cheering for. Yes, you're not going to jail. I don't give a fuck. Do you not know what this shit has already fucking done to me? Fuck the fact that I'm not going for two whole months of this shit. 2 whole months of this shit. I'm out here walking around thinking I'm a rapist, thinking I hurt somebody, thinking I damaged somebody, thinking I broke somebody, thinking I am not who I fucking am. I was on the brink of, I was depressed. I was on the brink of suicide. And y'all are rejoicing on some shit that didn't even affect y'all directly. Directly. It affected them all indirectly because this is our culture. What I did to her will traumatize her for the next man. What happened to me traumatized me for the next woman, for the next women. You feel me? My podcast, my podcast and platform has every motherfucking right. And I mean this in a dramatic way. My podcast, my platform has every fucking right to do and speak on women the way the rest of these niggas are. You feel me? According to their logics, I have every justification on the face of this earth to not like black women. Everyone. Everyone. You feel me? Because from the girl lying on me, you feel me? To the mother, saying, "I just wanted to teach him a life. You played a game with my life." You feel what I'm saying? Again, we've mended this, but I'm speaking as a 17-year-old from my mother and my sister telling my business. To the two women that told the situation, because I fucked them and I left him alone. Mind you, still 17-year-old kid. Everything around me says, fuck black women, bro. They tried to fucking end me. The close ones, the far ones, and the ones in between. That's where my head was at walking out of that courtroom. You feel me? I'm so glad I healed, though. I'm so glad I healed, though. In that brief pocket of time, I hated black women. All of them. All of them. All of them. And it didn't help that most of the ones that I hated were the closest to me. I never had this conversation with my mom or my sister or my aunties to say, you know what? I hate y'all. You know, I hated y'all. I healed that shit with them before I brought it back to them. Feel me? My sister apologized. And she apologized out the blue. She said, Ray, I know I violated when I did that. I didn't have anybody else to talk to, and I'm sorry. She said, I know I should have came to you, but I apologize for that. It helped. Helped a lot. Helped a lot. But what helped the most was that I told the truth. Because I said, you know what? As I thought more and more about it, I said, this won't on none of y'all. Tying it back into that episode, just a quick tangent about death. Your death is inside of you. All of this shit happened because I was fucking frivolously without thinking. I didn't give a fuck about shit but pussy. This ain't had shit to do with nobody else but me. Nobody else but fucking me. Literally. There was nothing nobody else did to make this situation happen except me. You feel what I'm saying? But that nigga still broke. You feel me? Still broken. Mind you, 17-year-old kid. This is the mindset I'm still in. So we leave the courtroom, you know what I'm saying? The actual courtroom. We stand outside. Everybody talking, whatever the case may be. The lady tell my mom, if I knew that she was a woman of God, she gonna be here and she gonna be. It worked in my favor. Don't get me wrong. I'm not tripping. So the mama looked at me and she shook my hand. When I say I was cold, I didn't even know how to smile anymore. My spirit was broken. Literally to my core. Like I couldn't even. If that verdict wouldn't have went the way, well, I would have killed myself. I wouldn't have went to jail. Them niggas wouldn't have locked me up, bro. I was not going to jail. I would have killed myself. I had already thought about it. I already planned it. Like there was not even a thought or a doubt that I wasn't gonna. It was just like, yo, I hope it worked. I hope it's quick. Bow, like you know what I'm saying? Like it's you feel me? I'm glad I didn't do it through the process because it was like, damn, bro, you beat it. Like this is one of the reasons why in my life I see things through. I've already experienced the worst thing that could possibly have happened to me. So, but the mama comes to me, her mother comes to me, and she shakes my hand, squeezes it real tight. And she says, I wasn't trying to. This is when shit get different. I don't know if anybody's ever stepped into the ethereal realm before. I don't know what the fuck other motherfuckers think they be talking about when they say shit like, yeah, you can astral project and do all this. It's cool. You could probably do it. I ain't tripping. I can speak on I only speak on the spiritual shit that I've actually physically done, not the speculation that I read or the possibilities of what I can do. And that's how I can tell a lot of motherfuckers just be, I did one of my sessions with somebody and we were going over a few things. She was like, yo, you experienced something like this before. That's how you are so easy to tell. I'm telling you what I experienced. You feel what I'm saying? So this particular moment, our souls left our bodies and we went into the ethereal space. When I tell people that, this is why in So Frail 1, I wrote, from the one come the all, therefore the all is the one. Even in the Bible, it says, where two or three come together in my name, I will be there. God is consciousness. God is the highest conceptualization of the mind. We had went to a space outside of Earth. We had left to the ethereal spot. You feel me? This is when it was no longer just a conversation. It was revealed to me what position I hold on the other side and why I didn't go down. it was revealed to me why. It was revealed to me that phrase, your arms too short to box with God. And I know hearing that, you're thinking it was me saying, oh, you can't go against. No, no, no. Some people can't go against me because of my position on the other side. You remember fucking Princess and the Frog when the bull was singing the song, I got friends on the other side. The issue with black people, we're not able to tap into that other side anymore because we think it's all demonic. We haven't reached the point of understanding where we can see it the way it's supposed to be. So we don't even acknowledge what's there. So we can't even go as high. So my rank on that side is very high. And you know the phrase, to whom much is given, much is required. You feel me? Shit like that was revealed on that side. It was like, bro, you got a choice. At this point, you can choose to do whatever you want to do, but you will not be absolved of the consequences. Yeah, because you're great, a lot of things can't affect you because what your rank is on the other side, a lot of things can't affect you in a certain way. You can get through it, but also because of your rank, you get punished differently because you're supposed to know better. You're supposed to know better. You're at a position when you're held to this position, you got to honor that. And when you violate, you get punished worse. You know, look at a job. You feel me? The manager will always get chastised more important than the little workers. If the worker fucks up, if something fucks up, the magnitude is worse. My magnitude was worse. My magnitudes are always going to be worse because of what position I hold on that other side. This is one of the things I waited for this episode to tell because I want people to understand what this life really is. Like, it's different. We all have different positions that we're supposed to serve in our lives. Your religion, your spiritual system, it's supposed to teach you what rank your soul is. A lot of you motherfuckers are arrogant people. I know I don't want to seem like I'm flipping it. I'm gonna get back to it, but I'm talking about a lot of people are arrogant people because they think they're higher than they are. And a lot of people are too humble. You think you lower than you really are. I was a motherfucker who thought he was lower than he really was. So in this moment, her mama shook my hand and she was like, first, this is when the contact was in a human form. She was like, my baby's been through a lot. My baby's been through a lot. And I was like, just going in one ear and out the other. And she was like, when I found out, it hurt me. It hurt me a lot. She was like, but as I learned more about it, my heart changed. I was starting to forgive you. I was like, forgive me for what? I didn't do what you trying to say I did. She was like, and as the truth came out and things, she was like, I realized that it was something more. And then this is when literally we left our bodies and went to the spiritual side, right? She kind of like, she gripped my hand a little tighter. Then she was like, you're going somewhere. And where you gonna go? They're gonna pull you. Where you gonna go? They're gonna use your only weakness against you. She said, this is your weakness. I'm like, and this is when I started, I was like, the fuck you mean this is my weakness? Like, how you, pussy my weakness? Pussy is my weakness. Go figure. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, damn, because all I do in this world is for girls and get the pussy, and that's what I'm programmed to do. Fuck. And she was like, they're going to use the only weapon that can bring you down. We all have an Achilles heel. Everybody has that one thing that'll bring them down if they don't master it. For me, it was women. For me, it was sex. For me, it was that lustful aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? It didn't help that I was a handsome man. It didn't help that I can talk your motherfucking drawers off. It didn't help none of that shit because it made it so much easier. That would have been my downfall. And in that conversation, it was like, you never been in trouble before. You're young. You know, you can recover from this. This doesn't have to be the end. But you need to understand that where you're going next, they're going to try to take you out. And this is the only way that they can get you. If you can beat this, if you can master the only weakness you have, they'll never stop you. Still not processing it. You know, I'm like, all right. Now, mind you, I'm not as frustrated with the eye this time. I'm like, We making eye contact. I'm looking in the eyes and like I'm squeezing that hand back. And I'm like, and then like we kind of came back into the body's like regular self, like lower type self and shit. Like, and she was like, now give me a hug. Again, my mind's like, bitch, you just like what you mean? Get like, I'm like, so everybody just acting like none of this happened. This is just to bring attention, bring the moment attention. It's like COVID, my nigga. Like it was like COVID. It was like after it was over, it was like, so y'all niggas just gonna act like none of this shit happened. You feel me? Y'all just everybody just gonna go back to regular schedule programming. Like this trauma just like gone. Like we're just acting like it didn't happen. You feel me? And I'm like, all right, whatever, man. I guess I don't know. But I started to really pay attention to what I saw and what I connected with. You feel what I'm saying? I was revealed my purpose. I was revealed. I ain't gonna say my purpose. I didn't get my purpose yet. I was revealed my power. I was revealed my status and my rank. Like people be thinking I be knowing so much and shit. Like, yo, the way in which I am is because of where I stand on the spiritual side. I'm back here for a reason. I'm back here for a reason. Like what I represent on the spiritual side is what our ancestors called ascended masters. You feel what I'm saying? If you've been fucking with me long enough, you I'm not fluffing and blowing this shit out my ass like just making it, oh, I'm an ascended master. I've shown and proved a lot. Now I'm finally telling you what the fuck it is. You feel me? So there's no more confusion. And I be trying to tell motherfuckers like, they be like, yo, what I gotta read to get where you at? It's not about reading. You feel me? What books I gotta study? Like, how do you just get material? How do you get certain, like, how do you see certain shit like that? Like, how do you come up? I'm an ascended master in the flesh, right? So now your question is, what is an ascended master? An ascended master will be the equivalent of an archangel in religious texts. You feel me? So when you had the Michaels, the Michaels, the Raphaels, and you know what I'm saying, those type people, you know, that's what I am in the flesh. That's why my punishment was so bad. You feel me? That's why my punishment is so bad. This is why you got to know your religion from the three levels of the mythology, the ritual, and the allegory. People look at the reality of what Lucifer was when Lucifer got kicked out of heaven or whatever the case may be, like the story and what it was, but they forget the principle that, yo, his rank was so high he had to be punished so severely. See, you do all this fucking reading about the book, but you don't get to the actual principle of how it relates to you. You only know how it controls you. So it's like he got kicked out of heaven because his consequence for his action had to be so much greater. While you can see somebody, there's people that have done the exact same shit that Lucifer did in the Bible, but they didn't get punished that much. They didn't get cursed and like your life is like that too, depending on what rank you hold. You feel me? The rank of the spiritual side, you have the source, you have the ascended masters, you have the teachers and the guides, then you have the loved ones. That's the order in which it goes. Religion fucked with you because it calls them all angels. Oh, this is a low angel, a low, like, no, they're all angels, angels and demons, whatever the case may be. But there's just a duality between the good and bad side of the ascended masters, the teachers and the guides, the loved ones and the ancestors. Then the rest of the motherfuckers outside of that have no connection to you. But that's the hierarchy. But here's another plot twist to it. It's not a hierarchy. Each one respects each one in equal capacity. There's not a rank per se, but you hold a position rank wise, but you have to be punished accommodating to, yeah, you're punished according to how your rank is, right? So in that moment, I was revealed that I was an ascended master, archangel, whatever the case may be. People have said that to me in my life. Oh, you've been here before, yo, you different, you this, that, you third, you this, that, third. And it'll scare you until you know who the fuck you are. So this is why I can do what I do. This is why I can flow like that. But the moment you know what you are and who you are, that's when you got to do something about it. So I bring that back. I said that for a reason because I'm bringing it back because as me and her are talking, it's like, we come back. She like give me a hug, so I give her a hug on some. You know how Tupac hugged Bull in Juice. That's how I hugged her. It was like, but you feel me? From that moment on, I vowed, I said, I'm never gonna get in trouble again. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because I was so scared of the punishment that I would not embrace my power. That happens to a lot of us in this world. We get punished for doing some shit that our inner essence needed to do, but we let the punishment outweigh the actual power that we had that caused us to be punished that way. This is why I fuck with my eye. You feel me? I had to stop fucking with you know, I had to start fucking with things that were more accountable to me. So when I started fucking, I ain't start fucking with my eye right after that situation. It took me till I was like 25, 26 to get to that point. Show the reverberation of how long shit moves. See, on the spiritual side, shit moves a lot faster. So it's really technically like 5, 10 minutes from the time I was 17 to 25. But those years, it took a lot for me to condense within myself to start to learn and develop and really say, okay, I got to be more accountable for the shit that I do and intentional with the shit that I do. So, as an ascended master, or as something, because I don't really know the titles yet at this time. So, as something that has, reached a certain point, it's like, yo, you got punished because you're great. You feel me? I was so afraid of the punishment that I never embraced the power because I knew that power could lead to another punishment that way. But I didn't really respect dualities because this is a part of the cultural system of how Black culture is, especially when we come to a religious side connected to ours. Everything is cynical. You feel me? We expect, when it comes to spiritual shit, we are low key wired to accept negative shit off rip, only the negative of shit. You feel what I'm saying? This is why, if you ever heard me say the quote where people say, yo, what is it for the man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? And I ask motherfuckers, what is it for him to keep it? Why is that never an option? Like, as Black people, we quote so much of the shit of the Bible that justifies the negative bullshit within us. It keeps us from actually being progressive in life. You feel me? And we limit it to so much shit. But again, that's how I understand mythology, ritual, and allegory to religion. But in this time, as things are going, I got, my spirit was already broken. Like the shit, just because the shit got beat, I didn't just snap back to reality. Nigga, I'm good. Nigga, I'm free. You know what I'm saying? I was traumatized. I was scared as fuck. I was scared to do anything because I was like, is this punishment over? What if there's some lingering shit? Like, what if there's more to unfold? Like, what the fuck more is gonna happen? But it's like I stopped fucking with women. Not on the gay shit. And it wasn't long either. It was, let me see. No, at that moment, I stopped fucking with women wildly. Like, it became more, I want some stability. From that moment, that's when I started trying to have one woman relationship and shit, and kept getting fucking played. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Still, residual aspects. These are all parts of the punishment that I had to get for the power that I'm like, yo, bro, you did this with all of these women. You got to feel that. Or you can keep doing what you're doing. You're going to feel it out of your daughter. Those tears that you wipe away from her are going to be the tears you're causing now. Different shit. Don't wait till that moment, my brothers. Don't wait till that moment because it's not going to be good. Trust me. So I'm looking at it like, the fuck am I going to do next? All right, I can still go to college. I can still do this, but everything was a reminder. Like, people act like I had made fucked up decisions in life all before that and whatever. So it's like, so everybody was trying to treat me like, oh, make sure you think before you act. Don't be out here fucking. I'm like, and the same people that was telling me, yo, don't be out here, were the same people encouraging me to fuck in the beginning. Like, y'all helped get me here. You do know that, right? But again, accountability and responsibility. There was nobody to blame but myself because I very well could have said no. I could have said, fuck y'all. But this now ties into a deeper aspect that goes into So Frail. This ties into the masculine essence. I knew something was wrong in me. I said something is missing within me right now that I do not have, and I feel empty without it. I don't quite know what it is. First, I was like, man, if my dad was here, I thought about it. Yo, if my dad was here, then none of this shit would have happened. I found out. Found out my dad is 4 years older than my mama. Go figure. Never met the man a day in my life, but I'm like, this nigga's 4 years older than my mama. Okay. It's different. I think it's like, or is it the same? I don't know. Like, what the fuck is going on? Because they were older, so principally, you feel me? I'm like, oh. Then I started to see cultural shit. So I started looking at things differently while still maintaining my own accountability to break things in. So I had to go into the archives, like I said, when I went to college. So by 17, When that shit happened, they said you can get your regular sponge. You just gotta do 50 hours of community service, and you can't get in trouble anymore. Nigga, the fuck? I was so afraid of the punishment. I didn't exhibit the power. I let the power die. I let it atrophy. I let it completely go away. I said, I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing shit. If I have sex with a girl, it's gonna be because she my girlfriend, and ain't gonna be no random shit. If you know what I'm saying, and any girl that I meet, she gotta show me how I did. She gotta call me. I was putting all of these different things, and it's like, yo, bro, just evolve. That's it. Change your mind. Elevate yourself. You feel me? It's time to do that. But I was so afraid I didn't know how to do it. You feel me? Because even in my own accountability, nobody else was trying to hold me accountable. Everybody was still trying to blame her. I'm like, y'all, and I'm like, y'all, she was a 13-year-old girl. Ain't no way in the hell she convinced me. And that's what my thing was. When motherfuckers be telling me shit like, the girls gotta cover up so the men don't. No, we need to make the men better. That's the fucking problem. That was the shit I followed. You feel me? Oh damn, she fat. I can't resist myself. She just don't need to come around. No. No. You learn to resist yourself when you figure out that that shit can take your life away from you. Nobody has to tell me that shit anymore. You feel me? I've learned to see women though as human beings. I realized in that moment that I'm programmed and conditioned. I was programmed and conditioned never to see women as a human being, just as some pussy to get. I started listening to the music. I started really being intentional to the music I was listening to. And I was like, all I listen to music about is fucking bitches and getting money. I go to work, I go to school, I might get some head in school, I might fuck somebody in the bathroom, come home, go to work, flirt with the girls at work, try to fuck them too. Nigga, I was really just fucking bitches and getting money. That's what my 17-year-old mind is processing. Like, you just fucking bitches and getting money. So at this moment, I say, you know what? I'm gonna fall back. I ain't gonna be fucking no more like I was. I'm gonna just, But one thing that I learned was that I was just abstaining from shit. I wasn't living. I was just abstaining from shit. This is why I tell people now in these days when people say, well, how can you be celibate? Isn't it hard? You resisting. I ain't resisting shit. I'm not abstaining from sex. I am practicing celibacy. I can get pussy whenever I want to, when I want to, how I want to. I can make a conscious choice to have sex, but I can also make a conscious choice not to. A lot of motherfuckers don't think they can make the conscious choice because that is root chakra energy. You're in your carnal state. At 17 years old, I was a carnal being. I didn't even know anything about the higher levels of myself. But it doesn't mean the higher levels of myself weren't at play. Because I was still punished as if I was operating from my higher self. I was still punished as if I was operating from the highest version of who I was. So I was like, I can't get mad at nobody but myself. I made a choice to do something like that. Did I rape her? No. Did I know she was 13? Yes. Did I care? No. You know why? Because I had this I don't give a fuck attitude. I internalized that as a I don't give a fuck. That was a mantra. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I had said I don't give a fuck so much that the world reverberated it back to me. We don't give a fuck either. That I didn't give a fuck attitude caused me to, in that room, out of those 4 women, I say all 4 were damaged by me. Even the one that I didn't fuck, the little sister, you feel me? She got it. She was in court with us. She was coming to the courthouse with us. Like, yo, she's seeing that shit. It's like, it's crazy because when I was like 24, was I 24? 24, 25, I ran into the little sister again. And I was like, how does she remember? And she just, what's up, Ray Ray? Had a regular conversation. Like, we cool? Like, you ain't gonna try to play me on no shit? Like, come on, like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, nah, like, that was that. We know you didn't do that shit. We know. You feel me? My thing was, in that moment, I felt like I lost all my friends. I lost everybody. I lost everybody. At that point, I only went to work. I went to school. I came home and I made music. because I knew I couldn't get in trouble anymore. I couldn't get in trouble anymore. I said, I did my community service. I did my 50 hours. I really ain't even do 50 hours and shit. I did like 25, but they kept doubling up my hours because they were like, you don't deserve to be here. This is the universe looking out. And this is one of the things that helped me the most with accountability and helped me look at my absolute self a lot better. Because when I look at the punishment that I got, yeah, the punishment was bad because it's, nigga, look at your power. You're not gonna get no taps on the wrist for no funny shit. That was my tap on the wrist. Crazy, right? Crazy, right? When you know your rank, when you start to learn your shit and you look, nigga, that was a slap on the wrist for me. hmm That was my slap on the wrist. But I'm speaking on it in terms of like how to like you don't get no real slaps on the wrist like no bullshit. I'm like, why couldn't I get no shit like that? You feel me? Your rank is too high. You got too much power. You're supposed to be doing more than that. But in that power, I was so busy focused on my punishments that I didn't focus on my rewards. There was little fluid shit that had already worked out ahead of time that was just like, you gonna fuck up, but we gonna protect you. The fact that me and the young lady were 3 years and 9 months apart, it's like, that's a saving grace. The fact that I had the wherewithal to get up and stop the moment she said, no, don't do anymore, that was a saving grace. That was my higher self. And when I look back in hindsight, because I did the healing and shit, but when I look back in hindsight, I realized I built myself wrong. As most of us do, especially as men. I didn't have a father. I didn't know how to build myself right. I built myself from the inside, from the outside in, but I had no in. I built my physical. My waves was always on point. I kept a sharp line. I went to the barbershop every week. You feel me? My waves was always on spin. You feel me? Always buying shoes, clothes, looking like bam, bam, bam. Everything was about my aesthetic. My physical was on point. I had the abs and shit. You feel me? Cut. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? It was like, yo, I was in shape. My physical was there. My mental wasn't. My spiritual wasn't. That's how I understood religion won't no fucking spirituality because that shit didn't do shit but made me feel guiltier and guiltier and guiltier for the shit that I did. And it wasn't helping me heal from the shit. Because then when I would try to get to the point where everybody like, yo, talk to somebody about it. When I talked to somebody about it, especially how I felt like talking to the people that knew about it, it was like, all they did was continue to, well, you should have thought, you got to think before you, like, I get that shit. Why the fuck you think I told on myself, nigga? I told the shit. That's the reality that kind of changes my dynamic with motherfuckers. You feel me? For the people like that find out about it and shit. And you know what I'm saying? When they find out about it, when they find out about it and they try to hit me with it's like, you can't, I told them myself. Like none of this, like, you know what I'm saying? When people talk, I'm like, you would not know this had I not have took accountability and responsibility for the shit that I did and told on myself. Y'all niggas don't do that. So can't nobody hit me with no shit like, um, can't nobody hit me with no shit where you fucked up and then it's like you can't guilt trip me anymore. Cause I already guilt tripped myself. I already took all of that burden on and told it. Didn't have to get tried. I didn't have to, be pressed and shit. I admitted to it. Can y'all say y'all do the same? Nope. But again, I'm speaking on, how the development plays out and how it, you know, how I got to a lot of this point, how So Frail was complete. You feel me? So I'm going to college. I graduate high school and shit. Even like, but high school when I decided, okay, you know what, I'm gonna be one woman man. Again, this was still the other side to this shit. You feel me? It's like, bro, you can't be an extremist. You can't suddenly go to it from being a hoe to like, you gotta, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, because I fucked up, blah blah blah. I don't want to go through that anymore. It's like you still fuck women over, bro. You gotta deal with that. Those are, what I'm saying. You still gonna go through those moments. So every relationship that I was trying to have, it didn't work because there was still more to it. I was trying to run into relationships, then try to just get into them. Like, it's like, yo, if I get into this relationship, I can prove, like, a lot of it for me was I have to prove to myself that I'm not a rapist. I know I'm not a rapist. I know I'm not a sexual offender. I know I did none of these things wrong. I know I'm not that person, but it was already done. Had already internalized that shit. Every time, you feel me? My girlfriend in undergrad, like every time she was like, we need to talk. I'm like, fuck. She done look me up. I'm like, yo, I don't think I'll get my record expunged before somebody finds out. It's like, fuck, damn. So every time she hit me with like, my dad asked about you. The fuck he asked about? You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, does he? You feel me? Because it's like I got to get the story out before anybody else do. But I was scared to get the story out. You feel me? Because I had no. You feel me? It's just like, yo, this is what I was charged with, and I processed the shit. I'm still, you know what I'm saying? At this point, I'm 18, but I'm still like, nigga, this is a lot. I can't get in no trouble. This shit made me antisocial. But it did deeper than that. It broke my spirit. It broke my spirit. It broke me down. So mind you, I'm depressed like a motherfucker. I'm not suicidal no more though. I'm not suicidal no more. But I'm depressed like a motherfucker. I had moments of suicidal thoughts. And that's when it would be like every time I try to do something, you feel me? Somebody gonna see my like when they're gonna see me. You feel me? I was watching just this clip the other day, old Jay-Z interview. And he was like, he said most fights that happen in the hood is because it's like people like, yo, what you looking at? And it's like, oh, you think I see your pain. And you think I'm looking at your pain when I'm just looking at you. That's what it was. I knew people were gonna see my pain. I knew people were seeing my trauma, and that's what I felt. And I didn't want people to see it. So I hid. I hid. I was like, yo, I'm not gonna get in no trouble. I ain't gonna make no noise. I ain't gonna do shit. I'm just gonna coast. You feel me? I'm just gonna coast. And I gotta be careful because it's like that those words played in my mind. She said, be careful, you know, because your biggest weakness, what your weakness is what they're gonna use against you when you get to where you gotta get. When I look at where I am now, this is just tying it back. We ain't nowhere near done, but when I look at where I am now, it's like I get it. Feel me? To kill Bill Cosby's legacy, what did they do? You know, Chris Breezy, his is different. Like his legacy was already on some shit from the Rihanna shit, but more over than that, like in more recent times, now it's like sexual assault cases. Like he bought his masters back, he got accused of some shit. Like luckily he kept the records of the shit, and motherfuckers got to drop the shit. But it's like, look at what they're using against them. They create the world for us as black men to, and then we program ourselves to be the ladies' man or the violent motherfucker. Or both, combination of both, some way, shape, or form. But when you are programmed to be more the ladies' man type, that's how they're gonna get you. They have created a system to make it seem like black men are so over sexualized that it makes sense why he did that. The disappointment in those teachers' faces when they found out about the shit and just like it made sense to them. Without all of the information, it made sense. He was always around some women. You feel me? I had a homie that I knew in undergrad that he in jail right now. He actually did mess with a teenager. She was like 13 or 14 or some shit like that. And he took her to his house. Like he knew her mama. Like it was a trusted person on some shit like that. And it was just like the same situation. But mind you, he was already in his 20s. We had already graduated college at this point. You feel me? Our situation was different, but the principle was the same. Principle was the same. And another person, had all the girls and shit like that. Like we rubbed elbows. Like, I mean, we rubbed elbows in the context of like, we could pretty much pipe the same chicks. Like, you feel me? Like literally, like I think we might have on like not that we were friends piping the same chicks in undergrad, but I mean like we knew we our our flings crossed. I'm pretty sure at least about two or three we shared. We had the same in some way, shape, or form. Right. So that it took me back because when I found that out about him, I was like, You made the same mistake I made when I was 17, but you a grown ass man. It made it different for me because when I seen his situation, everybody says, same shit. We don't know all the details. We gotta wait for the story to come out. They made the girl look like she lied, like she did something wrong. You feel me? The problem was the girl. Same situation with my shit. Everybody looked at the girl as being wrong. That's why I did what I did. I didn't know that that's why I was doing what I was doing. You feel me? Because that was more so my higher self kicking in. But I'm like, y'all can't. That's why I didn't get a pass for my homies to lay it down. That's why I didn't get a pass for none of my homegirls to put like, no, y'all. This, like, y'all, she ain't. But she, I get it. I get it. She's scared too. She's scared. You feel me? And she wasn't scared of me. She was scared of her home. She was scared of her environment. She was scared of that shit. Like, I get it. I get that shit. I ain't even gonna come at you like that. It was crazy how motherfuckers seen me come home and was like, oh, y'all just thought cause I didn't do the shit. But I told the truth. So when I look at the homeboy who, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, nigga, bro, you got as much pussy as you want. Pussy stays in the time pocket. We're programmed to like women. Like the moment our hormones kick in, women, our attraction are women literally between the ages. And I say this is like by middle school, our hormones and all of that shit. So middle school. So our attraction is between the ages of 13 and 25. That's the pocket of time. 13 to 25. Let's sit with that. Now, oh, dad left mom for a younger woman, 25 out. It's programming. Why do boys brag about fucking older women? Programming. But it's the same window of time. Same fucking window of time. At 17 years old, that 13-year-old girl was built like all of the women that I was involving myself with of that time. The age wasn't relevant to me. The body was. The mindset wasn't relevant to me. The body was. All that other shit was pointless because it was just about the body. So when I seen the home, like undergrad, I'm like, bro, like, mind you, we're like 25. We're like 24, 25 when this shit happened, maybe. And I'm like, 13, 14, why? But you couldn't control yourself. No, you can't because this is the pocket of the attraction that you get the green light for. That's why you have motherfuckers start like, she legal because she 18. That's why motherfuckers like 18-year-olds because they're finally legal. That's why they made it a legality. There is no morality to the way in which you're attracted to women. There is no morality in the way in which we approach women because everybody, oh, women gonna be, you want to. They give so many justifications as to why this shit is okay. So many justifications as to why this shit is okay. Oh, because women can bear children. That's why you want to get them young because you want to have as many children as you want. No, 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 no. Grown women can have when your body is in the right pristine state, the way it's supposed to be. A woman can literally have babies until menopause. Why women stop having babies long before that, I don't fucking know. Well, I do know, but I'm not gonna add it to this episode because this ain't what the episode is. But the moment she starts her menstruation cycle to the moment she ends her menstruation cycle, she's able to conceive a child. So what's that? They say girls start at about 8 years old now. So from 8 to like 50 something, a woman can get pregnant. I know. Oh, don't nobody want to be. Your body isn't built to be able to sustain that anymore. That's why you don't want it because you think you're old. Women believe they're old, so now they got us as men. Always go for the younger women. Always go for the younger women. So then they start programming us to believe, oh, men are less mature than women. No, the fuck we're not. We're not. We're master manipulators. You want to know how they want to know how men are more mature than women because we have convinced y'all that y'all are more mature than us, and yet we still play y'all over. How the fuck can we beat y'all mentally if y'all are the more mature ones? Fuck boys would not exist if y'all was really the more mature ones. Because y'all getting fucked over by immature people. How in the fuck does that work? because nobody's looking at the men and saying, you guys need to stop bullshitting with yourselves. We don't have to better ourselves as long as we have this programming that we can go with somebody younger. And younger, I don't mean necessarily age-wise, experience-wise, life-wise, all kind of other shit. There's a young in that. You feel me? I jokingly tell some of the older women in my, like, y'all know I was talking about cougars a lot. You feel me? I jokingly tell this shit, but like there's cougars that I've involved myself with who are still younger than me. Why? Because of what I am on the other side. Motherfuckers don't get that. I be trying to tell motherfuckers. The more spiritually sound I become, the less spiritually sound I appear, simply because I have become more in tune with what I am. I don't have to portray a role like I'm some mystical high being. Just let the shit come the fuck out. Remember when the woke conscious community and shit started? They gave me a home. They low-key gave me a home. I always knew I was something greater than I am, than I projected myself to be. Then when they started talking about ascended masters and shit like that, I started to get into it. So, but in those moments, it really started to show me something different. So when I talk about higher self or lower self, when you hear me say absolute self, that's what it is to reach your peak on your spiritual side. But again, we all hold different rank in the ecosystem. It's literally an ecosystem. It's a spiritual ecosystem. So when I say it's not a hierarchy, but still know your rank, an elephant is more mighty than a lion in the grand scheme of things. But an elephant is not any more important than a lion is in the jungle. You dig what I'm saying? That's what I mean by that. You can be an ascended master involving yourself with somebody who's simply an angel. You feel me? But it doesn't make you any more important than them. And that's what happens with people because we have this arrogant thing, this ego thing. That's why I made as I got closer to my absolute self, it's like, it seemed like I'm not even up here anymore. Motherfuckers have said shit like, yo, bro, I remember when you was woke like this because I was only operating from one side of myself. This is a full duality. This is a full totality. It's not even a duality no more. It's a totality now. You feel me? I'm not a dual being. I'm a total being. I'm absolute. This is, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I had to get to that point, and all of that derived from a lot of shit that I developed. So, like I said, we're speaking with the homie who was like, not the homie, but the dude that got in, for messing with that young girl. And it's like, then thinking back, how many of the motherfuckers when we was in high school picking up girls they shouldn't have been picking up? This ties into that pocket of time, that window of time. Why are women by 18 years old, over 60% of them have been sexually assaulted? And we don't fucking know why. We claim we don't know why. We claim we don't know. She wanted it, man. She did. I was just talking to a goofy motherfucker the other time about women need to dress more modestly and then when you get dun. No, nigga, we got to change the mentality because it don't matter. Because I fucked women that when I was younger, I fucked the girls who were fully clothed. I fucked the girls who were considered fast. I fucked the girls who, you know what I'm saying, niggas won't fucking. I fucked so like it didn't matter what she had on. If I wanted some pussy, I would get some pussy. Like that's really what it was. So we can blame the modesty, we can blame, but we can't take accountability for our own shit. We can't take accountability for our own shit. When niggas want to tell me, yo, bro, I want to read you, you're not gonna get anywhere I am in life. So on the spiritual side, you'll never get where I am until you learn how to take accountability for the thing that hurt you the most, for the thing that brought you to your lowest moment. As long as you still saying this motherfucker played me, this motherfucker did this is why my stories, when I tell my stories, I always tell both sides as much as possible. If only one side of the story is necessary for the thing that I'm engaging with, I'm gonna tell that. But I try to get both sides. Yeah, I tell the story about how my girlfriend in undergrad broke me to my core. You feel me? But we had good times. I have I had good memories with her. I can't just hold that. Oh, she did me wrong. I catalyzed a lot of that shit. I catalyzed a lot of that shit. You feel what I'm saying? But I was a broken man. My spirit was broken. And when I met her, I was like, your spirit broken too. But because yours is broken, I don't have to worry about mine. I'll fix you. You feel me? That was that relationship. When I tell that relationship being like my fault, I was in that relationship. This is a part of, like I said, I got this. Once the universe is crazy, like it's not crazy, but like once it reveals some shit to you, it expects you to see it all the time. It's like, all right, there was a time when you ain't see the shit, so we gave you a pass. Now we done shown it to you. You can't say you never seen it. You feel what I'm saying? You can't say you never seen it. So it's like, this is why I always tell people, as a healer and as a teacher, you cannot fuck your patients and you cannot fuck your students. The girlfriend that I had in undergrad was my patient. I was poised to heal her. Completely fucked that up. So again, when you have that rank, your punishments are high too. I know I joke and say, yeah, she was everything at one time. Only had to go through the relationship once and get broken that bad one time because she gave me everything at once and blah 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 blah. Oh, yeah, y'all know the shit that I be saying. But that's why. My punishment from her was because of my power. It was because of my power. That was really what it boiled down to. And because I had not used my power the right way, I wasn't rewarded. I wasn't rewarded. I was pretty much just like a doormat in that situation. I was a doormat in that situation because I was fucking traumatized. I did not want to violate a woman again. You feel what I'm saying? And I was like, I'm just gonna go with what she want me to do, what she say do. Like, you know what I'm saying? We'll float with that. Cause it's like, if she say no, no. If she say, you know what I'm saying? When she say, I always did not move until women gave me the permission. It fuck with me now. Don't get me wrong. It still fuck with me to this day because women be like, why don't you? Because when you get a green light, I go. When you get a green light, I go. You feel me? Sometimes women be like, I need a man who's gonna lead. I need a man who's gonna lead. Ask your man if you dealt with men who you felt couldn't lead. Just sit for a moment. Or if you're dealing with a man right now, you think he's struggling, because I know y'all listen to So Frail Conversations too. But if you're dealing with a man who's struggling to quote unquote lead, ask yourself and then ask him, is there a trauma behind why he won't lead? Why he's afraid to lead you? Is there a trauma behind why he's afraid to leave you, to lead you? You feel me? I had a lot of traumas behind that shit. I didn't trust women. I didn't trust women at all. Cause in the time frame in which I'm talking about, it was like, y'all gonna set me up. And I'm like, if I get punished again, I can't go through this again. I will kill myself if I go through this again. There's no ifs, ands, and maybes about it. I said I cannot go through this again. So I gotta wait till I get the green lights. I never really, you know what I'm saying? I was never on no, I used to be on some, hey yo, shorty, you up? I'm about to, you know what I mean? Or I was always texting, you know what I'm saying? Initiating, y'all want some, like, mm-mm. They were, "Yeah, I want some dick. All right, I'm on the way. Cause you said you wanted some. I got the document, I got it right here. You feel me? They didn't know half of the shit that was running in the back of my head. They didn't know all of that shit. So I wasn't one who's gonna be that initiator point in that regard. Now with sex, fuck no. Hell no. Hell no. Cause I already know what y'all gonna try to do. That's how I felt. So this is why low key I get why these dudes create these whole episodes of like this. I had made a tweet. I don't know if y'all follow me on social media and on Instagram or even on Twitter, but I had made a post in a tweet where I was like, I'm glad I healed before I started my podcast. Yep. Yep. I ain't between the ages of 17 to 19, I had nothing nice to say about black women. And I get it. Motherfuckers be like, yo, but you love black women. Cause I had to get that love back again. I had to know that. I had to realize that in the time in which I thought I loved black women, I lusted over them. Because I was taught to. I was taught to lust over women. I had never seen a human being until that moment. Mind you, by 17 years old, I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. I did lose count of my body count, but by 17 years old, I had over 40 bodies. That's why I stopped counting after 17. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna count for it, bro. Like, the fuck? You feel me? I had over 40 bodies. Mind you, I lost my virginity at 11, but I didn't start fucking heavy again until I was like 15. That's when I was doing my fucking. I lost my virginity to one person. You feel me? So that's one of those bodies. So let's just say the other 39 came within a 2-year span. It's 24 months. It's a different chick every month just about. It was different. It was different. And then I didn't become celibate until I was 25 years old. You lose count. Because I was always taught to lust over black women. I was never taught to love them. I was never taught to see an actual human being, just a fucking body. So much so that it's just like, first thing you notice, I had to program myself to look into a woman's eyes when I first see her. I do it now, but like before, it just you look at the ass and you look at the hair. If you in the back, you look at the ass and the hair. And if you're in the front, look at the titties and the pussy. Like that's the print. Like you see if you see it. It's like, damn, why am I like this? You're programmed like this. We're all like this. I just seen a dude the other day, right? And there was this young girl. She was 16 years old. I know she's 16 because I know the girl. She's the only being, only entity, and I'm saying entity for a reason. She's the only entity in this particular space. Dude turn and say, damn, damn. And then he turned back around. I say, yo, that's a baby, bro. I said, that's a baby, bro. What you mean? What you saying? Nigga, that's a baby. What? She only 16, nigga. See, that's what happened when you ain't minding your business. I ain't got to mind my, I said, respect. I ain't got to mind my business though, but I already know where you were going for. There was nothing else back there to make you turn your head and say, damn, twice, and then go try to chase it. You my age or older, I can look at you and tell, and that's a fucking baby. She's 16 years old. But she fits within the pocket of the same age frame that we're programmed to lust over. If you're not in that space, you don't count. When it's a lust-driven mentality, when it's a lust-driven reality. This is the culture, y'all. This was the culture. This is why motherfuckers was mad, because they was like, yo, you should get away with this. You know how many old heads is fucking kids right now that nobody's saying anything about? You know how many, like, it's like, this is normal. But it ain't right, y'all. It ain't fucking right. When I seen it, I was like, that's why I told him myself. I was like, yo, because ain't nobody gonna say, nobody was gonna defend that little girl. I was a little boy then too, but what I'm saying is, nobody was gonna defend her. Niggas was gonna, they would have just, she knew what she had on. She couldn't, look, I ain't gonna hold you. Little shorty, like, I'm 17, she 13. She couldn't have helped that she was thick like that. She couldn't have helped that. But what could have been helped was how I viewed her. It wasn't until this is a fucking human, bro. She got feelings. She hurt. She, mm, she embarrassed. She feels slighted. Like there's so many things that can be going through her head right now that I had never paid attention to any other women that I had been involved with up until that point. Like I said, I had over 40 bodies by the time. By the time I had ran into her, I had over 40 bodies. I don't even remember some of these girls. That's how disconnected I was. That's how disconnected we are, a lot of us. So when I come out with the So Frail series, this is the reason why. Because like I said, this episode is about why So Frail was completed. The final piece, the tree of life. Read So Frail 3. Read it. Understand it. I didn't write none of this fucking book for shits and giggles. This is the motherfucking trap that they have against us, y'all. The one that they want us to fall into, that we fall into every fucking time. Either you're going to be the ladies' man, you're going to have hands, or you're going to have hoes. And by that means you're either going to be a violent motherfucker that's going to get respect or whatever, or you're going to be the pretty boy type motherfucker, the motherfucker with all the girls. We pick a duality within that. But what comes with that behavior? You feel what I'm saying? We laugh at, you know what I'm saying? I would get upset with niggas who beat women. You feel me? I told a nigga one time we were young, I was like, you beat bitches, I beat bitch niggas. You feel me? I was tight at him for that. Cause it's like, yo, you can't be hitting women, bro. What's wrong with you? The fuck am I doing? The fuck am I doing? Hey, bro, for real though, at some point we gotta stop talking to women about masculinity and start talking to each other about it. And I mean really talk to each other. Not as enablers and co-signers, but as men trying to reach the pinnacle of our essence. And that's what the So Frail series does. So Frail 1 is the definition. So Frail 2 is the acknowledgement. And So Frail 3 is the resolution. If you rock with the So Frail conversations, I can guarantee you will rock with the So Frail series of books. So visit IamJustSaying.com right now so you can add the series to your library. I promise you will never look at masculinity the same again, and you're going to stop wasting your time arguing with women about it. This is a conversation that men need to have between men, and it's time we start having this conversation now. I'm acting like anything that I'm doing is any better than what the fuck he doing because I'm not physically putting my hands on. I'm breaking these motherfuckers emotionally. You feel me? I never like that phrase. We look at hell hath no fury like a woman scorned like such a bad thing, but that is a response to retaliation. We be thinking, oh, see, she ain't have to go that far. We didn't have to go that far. To get a woman in a position where she will, we look at how far we'll take women, busting out the windows of a car, scratching key in our shit, and we make them like that. Some of them already like that. Don't get me wrong. You just add more fuel to the fire. But for the most part, our culture is designed to treat them like that. Yeah, you may not be the nigga who'll punch a motherfucker in the mouth. You won't punch a chick in the mouth. You might even defend a chick who's getting punched. But at the same time, are you actually giving a fuck about the women you penetrating? Because for some niggas, they walk that fine line where I'm not protecting a woman who not fucking me. I've said shit like that. She ain't sucking my dick. If you my girl, yeah, like, but but then I had to think beyond that shit. These are fucking humans, bro. These ain't just they ain't garden tools, bro, that we made them. This shit different. But the collective of it all, it brings a deeper reality to all of the shit that we're doing. Like, this is a culture. All my homies in my circle were like this. You feel me? Like, it's our mentality. It's not like, and this is why when we look at the stat that over 60% of black women have been sexually assaulted by the time they're 18 years old. Yet, so many niggas. I ain't even gonna give a stat for this because it's just too many. And I don't want to say 100%, but there's too many niggas out here saying they don't know anybody who sexually assaults women because it disconnected what we view as sexual assault. This is our lifestyle. This is the way we are. So they tell us. Even Steve Harvey literally came out several times over. He did a book. Then he had men are just gonna be like that. Ladies, y'all gotta know how to maneuver. My nigga. My nigga, for real. This is what we do. This is what we do. We don't tell anybody, hey, look, get better. No, stay the same, nigga. Just hopefully the women learn how to maneuver better. You still be the predator. Just hope that the woman learns how to be a better prey. You feel me? Tying it back to when I was 17 years old. This is one of the other reasons in which I learned to see. This was just outside of the case. But when I was 17 years old also, I told my homies right after that situation, two best friends, women, I said, I'm going to teach y'all the game. Because I don't want y'all to get played over like that. I don't want y'all to have to like, when I taught these, I taught these motherfuckers the game, right? They had a team of some niggas and shit. And they was like, yo, bro, this nigga trying to get me some bread and I ain't even give him no pussy yet. You're shit. I looked, I said, this is what the fuck I be doing. I said, God damn, this is what the fuck I be doing. They like, yo, bro, you done taught me the game. I be killing these. I'm like, killing these niggas? What is you talking about? It wasn't a game for me. It was a lifestyle. I just taught them something to avoid the lifestyle that I'm like, this is really a problem. Because these niggas started fighting over each other. Like, they niggas was fighting. You know what I mean? I can't control these. I was like, wow. This is the shit that I'm doing to these women. Having them out here looking crazy, fighting over me and shit. Random shit. And I gave not a single fuck about it because I wasn't supposed to. But it's in not giving a fuck about it. It is not giving a fuck or even understanding the value of a woman that leads you to realize that you about to do some dumb shit and don't give a fuck about it. You feel me? For me, I was very intelligent as a kid, kept my grades up and shit. No, I was very smart as a kid. I ain't gonna say I was intelligent. I was smart as fuck. I was able to keep my grades up and shit, retain information. I had not reached intelligence yet, and I know that based on the fact that I'm intelligent now. Fuck a transcript, fuck all that other shit. I'm intelligent now. I wasn't intelligent then. I was just smart as fuck. But as I am now, those moments played themselves out. When I was 23 years old, before I turned 23, when I was 21, that's when I got my heart broken. Right. According to numerology, your greatest challenges to life come when you have a challenge number. Comes when you have a challenge number. Shit that I learned in hindsight. My challenge numbers are 3 and 8. 3 and motherfucking 8. 3 and motherfucking 8. All right. They vary between which one is going to be rough for me. You feel me? Sometimes 8 is bad, sometimes a 3 is bad. But when those numbers show up in my life, they're challenging me. It's a challenge. Me and this young lady were 3 years and 9 months apart. 3 years. You feel me? 17. When you know numerology, you add the numbers up, break them down. 17 adds to an 8. I was 17 months old when I got hit by a car. I was 17 years old when I was arrested. When my heart got broken, I was 21. A 3. Significant moments in my life happen between 3s and 8s, and I can't ignore that shit for nobody. I don't care what, a lot of people be like, yo, you believe, and this is why I always tell people I don't believe in shit anymore. They think it's just, that's why people think I'm an atheist, because I tell them I don't believe in shit anymore. But they never get to a point where they can sit with me long enough to know that I say I understand everything that crosses my mind. I don't believe in shit anymore because I don't have to, because that's the lowest level of the mind. The lowest level of the mind is what got me fucked up. I have a certain rank, I have a certain position where I can never operate from the lowest level of my mind again. I have to operate from the level of understanding at all times. So for a motherfucker to ever look at me and say, yo, Scene, yo, Ray, it ain't that deep. It's always going to be that deep for me because of the status that I hold. You motherfuckers really think that you come to me for shit for nothing? Your spirit respects my spirit. Your soul respects my soul. Your soul honors my rank. My soul honors yours. Namaste. Light in me sees the light in you, or some crazy shit like that. I think that's what they say it is. But for the most part, people be like, yo, you're a good teacher. You're a natural born teacher and shit. They blame it on the fact that I got, my solar placement, Sagittarius and shit. It's even deeper than that. I chose all of this shit as an ascended master who knew he had to come back into this motherfucking plane, because these were all of the factors and the dynamics that were going to make me remember what I needed to do in this motherfucker. That's all reincarnation is. You come back into the families, you come back to the circumstances, you come back into what you're in so you can find the things that make you remember. But there's a choice. That's where free will comes in. People miss what free will is. If it's free will, then it's not, you're going to get consequences and shit. No, you have the free will. And I hate that it's like misunderstood because it's so much done. Oh, if you got free will, then you should be able to do this without punishment or blah, blah, blah. No, you have choice. Free will is actually choice. Choices are made. Options are picked. Options are made for you. Choices are what you make. You feel me? So when you have free will, you have the capacity to make a choice and deal with whatever consequences come from creating your choice. Remember back in the episode on what is it? Leaving Your Mark, where I was saying you already have your life and your death inside of you. You just have to make the choice as to which one is going to come out and how you're going to let it come out. You choose your death. You choose your life. People don't want to hear it when I tell them that shit. I didn't choose my death. Like, I get it. Maybe your death wasn't, maybe somebody's death wasn't what you did. They made a choice. And when two people's choices two lives, choices come together and they're in opposition to each other at that particular moment, that's what happens. You feel me? I'm not saying my grandmother, when she was killed, she woke up that morning and said, I'm gonna get hit by a car. But she did know she was gonna walk down a certain street. The motherfucker that hit my grandmother and pinned her but up against the wall between a brick wall and another car. She didn't anticipate that's what the fuck I'm gonna do. But my grandmother made a choice to walk down a street, a one-way street that cars should not have been coming down that way anyway. This lady, because she owned the building or whatever the case may be, she made a conscious decision to drive down the wrong way. Their choices met. My grandmother was killed. You feel me? I'm using it as an extreme to be dramatic a little bit, but it's reality. But even in my own personal perspective, like that happened, all of that shit happened because of my choice. My choice. My free will. My choice. But what I'm saying is like when you start to get to that point of ascension and you know where you are, you can't make stupid choices anymore. I don't have the luxury to believe in things anymore. Sadly enough. People always tell me, yo, everything ain't gotta be that deep. You know so much. Why you keep studying? Why I have no choice, y'all. I have no choice. I can't, I did I'm held to a different standard. And I mean that shit with the most modesty. It's not like I'm not gonna hype you up to make you feel like, oh, you gotta look. Don't look at me any higher than I am, but understand I respect my position. Cause we still in the same ecosystem. I just gotta respect my position. So, like I said, with those challenge numbers and shit, I got kind of all over the place. But with those challenge numbers and shit, it was like, damn, I aligned with those moments. As the version my soul is, I came back into this plane and I said, all right, this is what's gonna have to happen for me to remember why I came back for me to do this shit. I can't be born with a father. Gotta be born with a father. Father can't be in my life until I complete the mission. Now that everything's done, like my pops is like here now. It's like, nigga, I don't want you here, but I ain't gonna say I don't want you here. I don't need you here anymore because I figured it out. But now I see why you wasn't there because I had to figure it the fuck out. Your punishment is equivalent to your power. Your reward is equivalent to your power. So it's like the way in which, people say my mind works now. You ain't got to know everything. And people be mad when I speak from understanding and not believe. I don't believe in shit anymore. I have no desire to believe in shit anymore. Belief is stupid. It's the lowest level of the mind to me. It ain't to me. It's the lowest level of the mind. When you get to the point of understanding, that's when things change. So it's like, I didn't know 21. Like 21, I was like, I felt the energy. The energies always be there. And I just don't pay attention to them. I be like, fuck it, I'm ignoring it. I feel a vibe, but I don't know what it is. No, I don't. I learned how to understand this shit very well. But it came because I had to heal my motherfucking pain. There's a lot of pain I had to heal in that. Overcoming depression, getting over suicide. Because it's a choice. Suicide is a choice. A choice with consequences you got to live with. You feel me? Had this situation to play that and I would have made the choice not to kill myself and I would have went to prison and shit, like, I made the choice. You feel me? But at the position and that I'm in and the space that I'm holding, like, I know y'all, this is long, but this is necessary. It's 200th episode. They always get like this. But, oh shit, my bad. But in context, to continue on where we're going, all of that set the tone that sparked the catalyst for where I am, because that final moment after dealing with her, it showed me my greatest strength and my greatest weakness will always be women. Not in the context of me, women, it's women's fault why I'm here. But it went back to what the lady told me when I was 17. That's the only thing that you can, women are the only thing that I've given power to destroy me. Because in any way, shape, or form, I've let that be my weakness. I made a choice to let that be my weakness. They didn't just make me weak, and it's like, no, nigga, I made the choice because of the conditioning and the programming. It's like I allow myself to not have to try. Like getting women is not hard for me. It's never been. It's never been. I've been a ladies' man since I was a kid. I've been a flirting motherfucker since I was a kid. I flirted with a camera lady when I was 4 years old in Head Start. You feel me? I don't know if y'all seen it, how long y'all been following me. I might post a picture soon. But it's an iconic picture. I call it an iconic picture because I was like 4 in Head Start. Smooth as smile. I be telling them, I've been smooth since I was a kid. Nah, bro, no, nigga. I'm telling you, bro, I've been smooth since I was a motherfucking kid, dog. I'm telling you. So I'm taking a picture and shit. And I think the lady, she said something. She was like, smile cutie or smile something like that. And I was like, not as cute as you. And then I hit the little smirky shit and it just made, she captured the picture. It's an iconic picture because of the moment that when everybody see that, they like, yo, you was like that for you. I know my whole life. My whole life. That's been something that was in me. So some people say from the past life, maybe I was a womanizer too, or whatever, and it carried over here. And I finally got my revelation here. I still got to do more, inner connections to figure out the exact part. But I peeled a lot of this shit back. But watching it play out, knowing that I had already been programmed only to chase women. All of us are. That's why niggas be getting so like, you think pick me women are bad? Pick me men are bad too. They're worse because pick me men don't act like pick me's. They the niggas that complain all the time of, if she would have just, they didn't want to talk to me. I never suffer from that problem. But when you're in a society that teaches you that men are entitled to women for whatever reason, because we got more sperm or whatever the case may be, we can be established and all this other shit. They teach us shit like this. So we think that's all there is. So we program ourselves to this shit. And we live this world and we live in this world and this life where these are the things that come to reality. You feel me? So when I advocate for women, some niggas say I'm simping. I don't give a fuck about a motherfucker saying I'm simping, bro. You at the level of belief of the mind. I'm at the level of understanding. You can say I'm simping, but nigga, I've been on your side. I've been worse than you. In fact, I was you before you even knew you were there. Y'all niggas just now doing shit like this that you know what I'm saying? Oh, I get this girl, I get that. Y'all just now doing fuckboy shit in your 30s, nigga. I did that shit half my life ago. Fuckboy shit, I mastered. I conquered that shit, nigga. I make a joke, but it's a dead ass serious joke. I retired 2 jerseys. I'm like Kobe in the shit. I literally have 2 epochs of times I have 2 different whole phases. 2 different whole phases that were both phenomenal. I retired 2 jerseys in this motherfucker. Don't play with me. Simp. No, I understand a woman now. I understand, like, y'all, it's different. They're actually beings, bro. Like, some of us don't see it until we have a daughter and that's what's crazy. You don't really make your revelation until you have a daughter and not the very woman that you got her pregnant by. I know a dude who calls his daughter a princess, but he calls his baby mama a bitch. His daughter hears both. Nigga. All right. You feel me? That's us though. That's us. That's us, my guy. That's men. That's us. That's what the fuck we out here doing, bro. You feel me? I just happen to be one motherfucker who now has a voice who experienced this shit. You know how many motherfuckers have gone? I don't know if y'all watching the new episode, the new season of the game with Tasha and Malik and them and shit, right? Soon as I seen the first episode, I was like, I know I gotta watch this shit. I be knowing the main character and shit. He was Nick was fucking with a white girl, but he was fucking with a white girl. That was his girlfriend or whatever. They got the footage and everything of them actually being together, and he got convicted and charged of raping her or whatever the case may be. He went to jail, did his time. You feel me? And that's what be pissing me. I ain't gonna front. I'm gonna be transparent with y'all right now, real quick. That's what be pissing me off. Cause like when I hear motherfucking, that's why I get mad when I hear cases about this nigga got 8 years, this nigga would have got 7, this nigga got probation. Bitch, I was facing 25 to life. They wanted me out of this motherfucker. And I was like, wow, this nigga's gonna get some months. That's the only reason why I get mad at it. Not because of the situation. It's like, nah, nigga, this, you feel me? Because I can't, I'm like, at 17 years old, what did they do? And then I realized the trumped up charges. They said that I had raped a mentally retarded woman. That's what the write up, that's what the file said before they had it reduced down. The original charge was that I had raped a mentally retarded woman. No, I'm gonna read the whole thing. It wasn't a woman. I'm saying woman because of the age I am now. I had raped a mentally retarded underage girl. Y'all hear that shit? How bad does that fucking sound? You see that as a headline in a picture. You don't give a fuck about the story. You don't give a fuck about nothing else. You see, this motherfucker raped a mentally retarded girl. She was underage too. You was a sick motherfucker. That's 25 to life. It makes sense. It makes sense. But you feel me? After that moment, after all of the moments, and I see the situation happen, once my girlfriend in undergrad, I got with her. I didn't realize why it was like that was a part of the calibration and the final pieces of it. And I'm gonna tell you why. And this is why her and I had a special bond and why our bond was what it was and it had to be severed the way it had to be severed. I wouldn't have let go. You feel me? I wouldn't have let go. The reason why I wouldn't let go was as we got closer to each other, her stories were reflective of the young girls. And I didn't register it until, like I said, we went to another space when me and her mama talked. She said, my babies have been through a lot. And at the time, I'm 17. I don't give a fuck about your babies. You just try to end my life. But I internalized what she said. When I met my girlfriend in undergrad, it's like, she told me so many stories of some shit that some niggas had did to her. And I was like, damn, I get it now. Cause I'm like, in my head, I'm like, all those niggas that you describing are the 17-year-old me. How are we the same? That was my thing. I said, how are we in different realms of the world doing the same shit? I'm like, literally, you're affected by my actions, and I didn't inflict my actions on you. And it wasn't my actions per se, it's actions I had adopted and made my own. You feel me? So it's like all of the shit that I was simultaneously paying for what I did to that girl and all of the other girls in my past that I just completely fucked over. But then I had to get the revelation that, bro, this is what we're doing to our women. How all these niggas do the same shit to you? I don't know none of these niggas. We lived in different cities. We lived in different, like, but these dudes were what I was when I was 17 years old. You dig what I'm saying? So ultimately, our connection was on that type time. Then, of course, when it got severed, it had to be severed like that because I felt guilt. I had already internalized guilt. I said, so I gotta right my wrongs for this. So I'm gonna treat every woman I come across as good as possible. No, nigga, you heal yourself. Stop trying to get brownie points and build up tickets and shit. Cause that's what I was doing. I said, I'm gonna do shit. I'm gonna accomplish enough shit that it erases it. No, nigga, you can't erase your past. You embrace your past. It is what it is. It happened. I had to learn to embrace it, but I had spent so much time trying to run from it. You feel me? That I was accomplishing things and I was being great at things, reaching heights, but I still, vice cuz, man, I'm just waiting on a shoe to drop. But I just want to have enough accolades that when the motherfuckers say, yo, sing this or Ray, this is what happened when you were 17 years old. Remember that? You're not going to negate shit that I do. So I figured I ain't figured, now that I'm knowing, I made peace with this shit because I've understood exactly what happened. You feel me? So the shit that I've accomplished in the second phase, because the first phase, right afterwards, I was like, I just can't get in trouble, so I need to distract myself. So that first year, okay, had a girlfriend or whatever, and I'm studying, staying, I don't do shit. At this point, this is when I tell people too, like your trauma is gonna send you back into pain makes you fall into a fetal position. I don't know if people ever paid attention to that, but it's symbolic too on a metaphysical level. When you get emotional pain, spiritual pain, it makes you revert back to your safest moment when you were a child. Crazy shit, right? You literally go back into the fetal position, not just physically. You feel me? A lot of the shit that happened, I reverted to a fetal position, low key. I went back to a child. I spent a lot of time watching Dragon Ball Z. I went into a space where I was doing a lot of shit that I just wanted to be childish, like be a child with. You feel me? So that's another reason why I know the difference between childish and childlike, because I know what the trauma can trigger for that and what the healing can develop into. But excuse me, that time I spent trying to erase the shit and trying to avoid the impend, impending danger of coming in of somebody finding out, because they looked me up and they found my records and shit. Like, I had one person actually look me up, and that was when it was like 3 years ago. You feel me? Mind you, my shit has been expunged since I was like 20, but she looked me up and she was like, "You really?" She said, "You know what?" I was like, "What?" She said, "You got a clean record." And I said, "How you know?" She said, "I looked you up. Just want to make sure you weren't crazy." I said, "Hmm." So I say that to say, I'm gonna get back to the story, but I say that to say I didn't have to tell the story. Nobody would ever found out. It's not on paper. But you feel me? People need to know why you become what you are. So a lot of people I realize like y'all gotta go through some shit to get where I am. This isn't something that you just wake up and say, you know what, I'm here. Nah, nigga, you gotta heal for some shit to get to this point. So the first half, this was pre-breakup and pre-relationship shit. But like I'm still trying to recover from the shit that happened when I was 17. So I'm going through all of these different motions and shit. So I said, you know what? My freshman year, I was watching Dragon Ball Z. I was in a fetal space. I went back to my child. I went back to something that made me feel safe. So I started watching cartoons again. I was studying, doing all, but in my own comfort, I had reverted. I reverted back to that child safety. You feel me? And I noticed that in the girlfriend that I was like, why the fuck she had like a fucking baby all the time? I didn't realize how much trauma she had till we got close. You feel me? She was like, "Come play with me. Why do you want?" I'm like, "Why the fuck you do that shit?" I hate it. I honestly, I hate it when she did that shit with a passion. Couldn't get it, but I was in my own field space. I just wasn't acting like her. You feel me? So in that, I started. You know what? I need to get out of this shit. So that next year, I said, my sophomore year, I said, you know what? I'm gonna run for Mr. Honors Hall. Hopefully, I'm gonna start putting in work on campus. I'm gonna get known because I don't want to be remembered for that. And if I keep staying in the fetal position, I keep being scared of getting out of it because of what motherfuckers gonna say. And if they find out, I'm gonna miss like it fucked me up from a lot of shit. I didn't want to apply for jobs. I didn't want to do a lot of shit because I was like, damn, like my sophomore year was the year I said, okay, I'm gonna get my shit right. I went in, I became Mr. Honors Hall. You feel me? Nobody else ran against me. This was divine ordinance. This is how I know it was tapped in differently. You know what I'm saying? It just late. Nobody ran against me. I just got it. You feel me? I was Mr. Honors Hall. That year, I got Distinguished Leadership of the Year award. But in between processes, this is when I realized I had a trauma bond with my girlfriend, but I didn't know what a trauma bond was at the time. Because as I'm progressing, as I'm doing good, as I'm developing, we got farther apart because she wasn't doing nothing with herself. I stopped smoking weed because I had something to do. You feel me? And then she was like, I'm not stopping because you in pain. We in a different pain. I'm healing from mine. I want mine to stop hurting. You feel me? But we had trauma bonded. You know what I'm saying? And in that development, I try to erase everything. So it's like, if anybody finds my record, I'm like, but man, do you see how much I accomplished since then? That's the only thing that I want to say. Now my reality is that if somebody, I'm like, did you know I told on myself though? Just those two different dynamics rather than as opposed to absolving myself for the shit. Like, nah, man, fuck that. I've accomplished shit since point. Don't worry about that shit. It's like, but I told myself and I handled it. I told on myself. I'm the reason I got caught. I'm the reason why I stood in front of the judge. I'm the reason why I even was about to face 25 to life. Me, me, me. When I started to see that part, that's what helped the healing. So like I was saying, like trying to erase that shit. On paper, it was erased. By my sophomore year in college, it was erased. I had become distinguished leadership. I had become distinguished leader of the ward. What this mean? I sat on a fee increase meeting, the fee increase committee, with the chancellor, the provost and shit. These motherfuckers was deciding what they were doing with the money, and they were asking me to help them. Bitch, I don't fucking know. Y'all been running the shit, nigga. I'm a 20-year-old black man. No, I was 19 at the time. 19 going into 20. So I was like, I'm a 19, 20-year-old black man. I don't know what the fuck y'all need to do with y'all money, man. The fuck? I say we give it more. Nah, they taught me about, but like certain shit I learned. You feel what I'm saying? My grades, I had moved up and my grades were fucking amazing. Like they were on a whole different perspective. Like straight A's, like I was fluidly flowing, but I wasn't doing it from the perspective of doing it, was trying to erase what was happening, what had happened. Then my record got expunged, but then I started to put no, my record had not got expunged yet. I knew it didn't because I was, or did it? Nah, it did, but I didn't trust it because I said I don't trust the system. So it was my freshman year that it got done. Like second semester of my freshman year, that's when it got done. I paid the money. I got my refund check. I went and go pay the money for that motherfucker. He got my shit straight. But so by my sophomore year, that's when I was start putting. That's why. Okay, so I did get into it because it had got taken off. I didn't do it before, so I got taken off. So I got into my sophomore year, but I was still scared that like I was afraid of jobs and shit. Like motherfucker, you run my background check, nigga. You want to see what? The thing says contributing to delinquency, but it had everything before the charges got reduced. I was like, oh, this ain't cool. You feel me? So I had to get it off. So as I go through sophomore year, as I go through and developing in my sophomore year and shit, it's like I became the GOAT in that shit. Like people started knowing me, like Greek fraternities and Greek letter organizations and shit. They started eyeing me. It's like, yo, you some of your asset that can be here, blah, blah, blah. And motherfuckers started paying attention to me. I started rubbing elbows with better people. But like I said, that's when I realized that I was trauma bonded with the girlfriend at the time because of this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like we was connecting off of pain that we felt that we never expressed and didn't even know. It was a similar pain. So we coming from that perspective. And by the end of the sophomore year, I had put in so much motherfucking work that I earned a job for the summer. And it was like, fill out your application. I said, shit, I'm forgetting that I had got my shit expunged. I'm not paying attention. I'm like, so my advisor was like, is there anything on your record that might prevent you from getting a job? Because we were gonna be in different dorms, male dorms, girl dorms, and shit. And I was like, I hope not. And she laughed like, you know what I'm saying? She laughed like I was playing. I was dead serious. I was dead serious. I was like, I hope not. Because I knew that it was expunged, but I didn't know how deep they can go if they can pull it back up. So I was just like, shit, I hope not. It didn't come back. Nothing was wrong. So I got the job and I was like, oh, so it's really, really gone. Like this is really behind me. But it was never behind me because I had not healed from it. So I was running from something all day long that was with me. You can't outrun something that's with you. You can run from it all day long, but it's gonna be right there because it's with you and shit, right? So time goes on, fast forward, I get that shit and everything. Like I said, I knew we had a trauma bond because when I got the day that I was supposed to get the award, the girlfriend at the time fucked it up because I was getting something good. Our whole relationship dynamic started changing because I was doing better. Because I was doing better. And I was like, yeah, that's a trauma bond. Then when her shit started getting better, you feel me? I was able to get her to graduate early and shit. She like, and I did that, and I had to look back and was like, I did that out of guilt because I was like, I damaged this woman, or I felt like this, like motherfuckers made me feel like this, and I started to internalize that. So I said, let me try to erase it. You can't erase certain shit. You have to embrace it and heal and recover from the shit. So, heartbreak goes on. That time, I already told that shit enough. But it goes on to where I say, fuck it, I go into a whole phase again. I ain't give a fuck about none of the shit that just almost cost me my life. The pain sent me back to a whole different space where I ain't give a fuck about none of that shit no more. It's demon time, as they say and shit. It's demon time, nigga. So fuck what you talking about. You dig me? So from there, I kind of went into that second whole phase. But I was more conscious of it. But at this point, I really didn't care. There was literally a pocket of time where I did not like black women. I always loved black women. I always knew that I would end up with a black woman. But for this particular, after that heartbreak, I didn't give a fuck. I was angry at all. But I was like, it's true, bro. Black women are gonna bring you down. Like when I think about just the immediate, I was like, yo, man, this is what it is. This is what it is. Now, mind you, this is 21 years old. It's 21 years old. So it was different. Like that whole phase was different because it was out of pain. It was out of anger. It was out of all of that shit. And I was like, I reached a point where I realized, I'm gonna tell you the moment when I realized it was wrong. This was during that second whole phase. I had to be like 21. Yeah, because after, yeah, I went back to campus after that. Like 21, 22, baby. But anyway, so I was piping this woman, and you feel me? And I'm in some, I just want some blah, blah, blah. I want pussy. I'm gonna come up. But I get over there and she cooked me some food. I never forget it. She gave me 2 chicken breasts, some fucking green beans, some macaroni and cheese, cornbread. That's a Kool-Aid. Oh, sorry. It was so stereotypical, but it was like that was really what she made. And it was good as fuck. I ain't even gonna hold you. You feel me? When I came over, I sat on the couch, she brought me the plate and let me eat. I mean, it wasn't like I was starving or nothing because I had literally just came from my campus because I was still, in undergrad and shit. And she lived off campus, but I had just came. I was like, damn, black women ain't all bad. Changed me. That moment changed, and I was like, I need to start healing. Because I had literally, like, I say about 2 or 3 women prior to her. I had knocked off the shit. Literally, like, we laying side by side in the bed, y'all. And she said, are you just going to toot and boot me? I said, are you just going to toot and boot me? She said, no. I said, okay, then. I never said no or yes. I said, okay, then. You feel me? I smashed that night. And then, like, the next day, you feel me? It's a fucked up situation because she was the friend of a friend. Like, my homegirl was like, yo, I want you to talk to this chick. And I was like, nah, I'm hurt, bro. I'm telling you. Like, she was like, nah, she ain't like that. She ain't on that tight time. She ain't gonna fuck on the first thing, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I'm me though. I'm me though. I could talk some draws off, my nigga, and I'm hurt too. Like, feel me? So me and Shorty was talking, Skyping and shit, So she came to the campus because mutual friend. So she comes and spends the night with me. I'm like, yo, you should spend the night with your homegirl. She's like, we good. So she kind of spend the night with me. Asked me, yo, you gonna toot me and boot me? You gonna toot me and boot me? No? Okay then. Bam. Piped her down, busted her down. So we go back. We about to, walk back to my homegirl apartment and shit. And so she about to leave for the weekend, go back to her campus. And she tried to kiss me. And I leaned back like, the fuck is you doing? She was like, really? Really what? The fuck? Like, what you mean? Like, and she was looking like, nigga, we just fucked last night. I'm like, nigga, we just fucked last night. That's it. The fuck you mean? Shit wasn't there. It wasn't registering, right? So, like I said, fast forward, when Shorty brought me the plate, I was like, damn. Like, she didn't, this is what's crazy. She didn't ask me was I gonna eat. She didn't ask me if I wanted to eat. She just told me to come over. I'm thinking it's just for some, I'm about to bust it down. But she told me to come over a little earlier too. And I was like, all right, she just chill a little bit. I said, all right, cool. And she cooked. It was different. It was different. It brought about a different level of forgiveness for me because that plate symbolized so much more because my mama still fed me. My sister still fed me. The very people that I had got angry with for that situation that I was acting like I couldn't, it's like, bro, that's one little piece. They were hurt too. Your actions hurt them too. That's what a lot of motherfuckers don't realize about the shit that they do. Who the fuck it affects? The shit that I did affected everybody in my family. It affected everybody in that girl's family. It affected the friends that I was involved with. It affected every fucking thing. But that was just one small piece that should not have erased the totality of what those women did for me, who they were for me. You dig what I'm saying? So when Shorty made me that plate, it was like, damn, I just ate and shit. And then that was the first night that I spent the night with her. Like I hit, don't get me wrong, I hit, but then I actually laid there with her. Usually I'll be like, all right, I'm out. I gotta go take a shower and shit. It was different. I had a different connection and that was another time in which through all my bullshit, I saw the human in the black woman. And I was like, man, I can't hate y'all. I can't hate y'all. I was 22, master number, but I was 22. I was like, man, I can't. 21, 22. And I had to be 22 because, yeah, it was 22. Because it was just before graduation and shit. But yeah, so it's 22. And this same woman that made me to play, I disrespected her to her face in front of my friends. And my homies was looking like, nigga. Like my homegirl Reese, she never let me live that down. Her or my homeboy Doug, they was like, bro, that was cold, my nigga. And she said something to me. She was like, I think she was like, you coming over or something. She said something. And I said something to her like, you don't matter, nigga. The fuck? And like I said it so nonchalantly and matter of factly, and she laughed at it, but they looked at me like, damn. So when she got up and left or whatever, and I said, I hit you up later, shit. You know what? That might have been the same night that she made the fucking chicken. I don't know too much time, but actually, I was like, man, they was like, Ray, that was foul, bro. That's why I'm grateful for the friends that I got and the circles that I got, because my homies, they keep it real. They didn't laugh at her with me. They didn't give me like, they was like, bro, that was foul. You ain't had to say that to her like that. I was like, it's the truth, though. They was like, but to her face, bro, that's some shit you say to us, not to her. You don't say that to her face, bro. Like, she really like you, dog. Don't do no shit like that. I was like, all right, whatever, bro. Again, pain is a motherfucker. No excuses. So she kind of gave me a spark back. And there was a second time in which I said, you know what? Damn, they are humans. And they all don't do the same shit. Though the moments and the pains in which I had was two specific events that I had the choice to either be in or not. If I would have been in tune with my real self to even tap in. So time goes on, I leave it alone. I start fucking less and less. You feel me? About 21, 22 and shit, 23. So I go to med school, 23. You know, mind you, I had still not healed from this shit. I just stopped hurting. I hadn't healed. I damn sure haven't recovered, but I hadn't healed from the shit. Right? Because I'm thinking it's so much. I'm thinking, I gotta heal from my ex-girlfriend, just be numb and shit. It's so much pain that I'm thinking of that I'm not looking at the root. You feel me? So I go to med school, 24. I run into somebody that I really like, and I realized I was broken. That's when I acknowledged I'm too broken for you. I'm gonna fuck you up, yo, because I really like you. I realized that I was fucking those other women up too, but I was like, I really like you, so I'll figure something out. You dig what I'm saying? And in that, I took some time to start being celibate again. Yes, I started when I was 24 because when I went to med school, that's when I woke up. I don't know if it was being out of America. I don't know if it was being in the sun, having fresh food, fruit, all of that other good shit that just charged me up, being around other black people that wasn't calling each other nigga all the time. And it was a genuine expression that changed my reality. That's when I learned how to meditate. I was on a beach all the time to get back in nature, but meditation was the real point. My mind was quiet for the first time and I was able to listen. You feel me? And I was just able to focus on me and sit with myself. And all of the things came out. They started to come out. Things started to evolve. And I was like, damn, this is different. So I started to get back into, okay, let me study and let me learn. It's like, embrace what you did. Embrace what you did. When I started learning about the chakras, I was like, let me clear my chakras. This is why I talk shit. And I'm like, yo, you can't just use no fucking essential oils and wear certain colors to clear your chakras. It's an actual process. It's a process on the inside. It's a process mentally. It's a process spiritually that you have to go through and heal to unblock chakras. When I tell people I'm at my crown chakra right now, people thinking I'm supposed to be walking around this bitch like Jesus and shit. Like, no, nigga, fucking, or Muhammad or some shit like you. They can't understand how I still use profanity. They can't fathom the shit. I'm like, the more serious. And that's why I tell people the more spiritually sound you really are, the less spiritually sound you appear because you don't have to. That's how you know a religious motherfucker. Oh, I can't cuss. I can't say this shit. I do what I feel. I do what I think. That's it. It's my masculine and feminine are in balance. My absolute self is there. But it came from a process of how I had to do this shit. When I first started the So Frail process, I knew it was a 3-part series, but I didn't know the second and third part yet. I was telling people, I was just like tweeting. I was making, I never forget, because So Frail 3 came out in 2016. I think that same year I had made a post and I was like, oh, I hope y'all know that So Frail 3. I said, I hope y'all know that this is a series, right? This was not, this was the higher side talking. These were things like, so when I tell people like, yo, I pulled this shit out the ethers or the universe, I downloaded it from the universe. Now I'm confident enough to tell. I ain't gonna say confident. I've always been confident enough. But this episode is the reason why I can tell y'all that now. You had to know this shit first. You feel what I'm saying? I get it out of ether because I have a direct connection. I've always had a direct connection and never knew it. I never embraced it. I ran from it. I'd accept, yo, I'm really an ascended master, bro. The responsibility is like you see pain more than other people. You see certain things deeper than other people. Like I said, your punishments are always going to be worse, but your rewards are always going to be high. So I learned to tap into my rewards. But I realized I had to heal myself. I was broken. I was a broken man. I got a heartbreak, devastated me, tore me to my core where I gave somebody every ounce of me. You feel me? I had another situation. I guess this was counted as a heartbreak too, where a motherfucker played with my freedom. You feel me? You wonder why peace, love, knowledge, and freedom is the motto. Peace is the control of chaos, not the absence of it. Chaos never stops in my life. I just control the chaos that I have. Knowledge is the absolution of ignorance. You feel me? A lot of that shit happened to me. A lot of those choices that I made was because I was ignorant to the rest of the shit. I was ignorant to shit. I didn't have a knowledge base to make a conscious decision. Do you know how real that is for people? Some people don't have the knowledge base to make a conscious decision, and we think they should have known better. No, they didn't have the knowledge base to make a conscious decision. You feel me? Love, the power for correction through betterment. I had loved before, but it was just lust. Because none of those situations made me better. Everything that I lusted over never made me better, but I thought I loved it. You feel me? Freedom, the power to be. Freedom is the power to be without fear of consequence. You don't think the consequences can't affect you, but your freedom allows you to say, I'm going to do this shit because I know what consequence could come. And I'm going to make the choice to do what I need to do. That's the affirmation. That's the motto. That's why it sticks so heavy in my head. But it all started from the core of what I had to heal from. That's my 4 pillars. Yours might not be the same. My 4 pillars are peace, love, knowledge, and freedom. You feel what I'm saying? Because in some way, shape, or form, I had to use those 4 pillars to get out of the circumstances that I had developed in. You dig what I'm saying? So in my healing, med school, that time, it taught me, yo, oh shit, I'm learning about chakras and meditation and shit. And you feel me? But I was just this is when I started learning about the 4 levels of the mind. I was just reaffirming my belief in this shit. It looked good. It sounded good. I trusted who was giving it to me. So I took it. Right. Meditation, I was quick to like I started watching. I had watched Hidden Colors. That was the first one that came out, seen a little clip, and I started believing shit. But I remember the moment in which it changed for me. I never forget it. Because again, this is when I actually started studying again. This is all 2014. This is when it transitioned into the knowledge as opposed to belief. And this is why I talk about the antithesis. You got to study the other side because I seen this post and this guy was talking about, yeah, man, you're not African. Africa was named after Scipio Africanus because after he conquered it, that's what he became. And then somebody else had commented under that and said that's false because if you study the actual way in which they had a war at that time, when you colonized the land, your last name became the name of that land. So because you acknowledge that you conquered it, so his name was never Scipio Africanus, as people have been calling him because they don't read and study. They Instagram motherfuckers and shit. They paid attention to the other shit. His name was, and you can look this up, Publio Cornelius Scipio. When he beat Hannibal Barca, that's when he got the Africanus on his name. That moment, I said, I can never believe what somebody says just because I trust it. That's when I knew what belief really was. But that's when I also learned what antithesis was and what the wall of cognitive dissonance is. The person that they were talking to was like, they couldn't get through the wall of cognitive dissonance. They were like, I can't break through that shit. It was like, nah, bro, you just trying to, like, no, you had not done real research. This person had done real research to where they knew both sides. They said, I can make an objective approach. So that's when I realized a lot of the shit that I've been doing in my life was reaffirming my belief rather than actually knowing shit. So how can you make a conscious decision about something when you don't know, but you just believe? That's a half-witted decision when you believe in something, but you don't have the antithesis to avoid the shit. You ever been in deep thought about something and you want to do something and you only contemplating one side of it, something in you was telling you that's all, but you have to tell yourself like, fuck it. What are you saying fuck it to? You're literally saying fuck it to the observation of the antithesis because you really can't weigh the options out, right? So that developed me up into the mentality of truly, truly locking in to understand, you know what? This is what I got to do. This is what I got to do. I got to go deeper. But then I said, you know what? In my meditations, in my, learning, starting to expand my mind and shit, watching Hidden Colors, I said, let me stop believing and start learning. If I told y'all a good 75% of what I learned came within that year's time of actually challenging my mind and say, you know what? I just want to study antitheses, not just the same. I said, because I studied a lot of shit. I had believed a lot of shit. I had memorized a lot of shit. I had known a lot of shit. I said, let me just study the opposite. All of the knowledge base that I had came from a year's time of just basing it base. I didn't even have to read any books or anything. I literally just had to face the antithesis of what I already knew. I ain't even gonna say knew what I already believed to understand what I know, to reach the point of what I know. Just having the antithesis was like, nigga, why they ain't never give me the other side of this shit? And when I applied this shit to religion, my life changed because I realized what a religion was. You feel what I'm saying? But mind you, all of this is still pains and shit that I had to deal with that I had stopped hurting from, had not healed from. But it was a lesson that I was learning that getting through the antithesis, going into knowledge, going into experience, wisdom, going into understanding, developing yourself, because that's a form of the mind. And this is why I tell people in So Frail, I talk about how the mind is the bridge between the body and the soul. In essence, the thoughts connect your action and your will. Your soul is your will, right? So that means if the mind is the bridge between those two, the mind's bridge has four ladders, basically, or four rungs: belief, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. My bridge never connects if I don't reach understanding and if I only have belief. So I asked myself, was I ever really tapped into my soul? And I just started to think about that shit. Because, like I said, as a kid, I built myself from the outside, from the inside, no, from the outside in, but I never went inside. I never built my mind. Couldn't have if I was still focused on belief. I just trusted what a motherfucker said. You feel me? I damn sure didn't build my soul up because I literally took everything that everybody said and said, this is what spirituality is. And I'm like, yo, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, but I still follow religious doctrine. Don't make sense. You feel me? It's not the same shit. But ultimately, we lose sight of that. We ultimately lose sight of that, it not making sense because we're trying to believe it. And we continually affirm our belief and we continually fuck with the people that we trust tell us the same shit over and over again. And a lot of it be off. It don't be right. It be wrong. We don't know that shit. You know why I don't know that shit? We ain't supposed to know that shit. You feel me? So those moments I was already on the fence for because I was really doing some real study and real learning and shit. When my grandma got killed, it it shattered my heart chakra open. People say, "Oh, you broke my heart." Like that's what's supposed to happen when you're about to evolve. Your heart has to break. But the thing about it is your heart chakra energy is what connects your third dimension realm to your fifth dimension realm. And don't get me like it's like squares and shit like that. People mystify it and make it seem like 3D and 5D or some mystical philosophical shit. No, they're associated with your chakra energies. Your first three chakras, your root, sacral, and solar plexus, which is your survival, which is your foundation, your feelings, and your personal identity. They're your third dimension. Your fourth dimension is love. That's the heart chakra. Fifth dimension is your communication, your insight, your inner vision, and then your divine consciousness. That's fifth dimension. You feel me? So it's not like some mystical. Oh, we're in the 5D shit. 5D shit is easy to access. You got to unblock all your chakras and reach the crown. I can show you how to do it. Just read So Frail 3. You feel me? But from that perspective, right? When my heart chakra, because it was already teetering. It had opened up several times before. It had opened up when I was 17, opened up when I was 21. Then when I was 24, that's when it opened up and just, yo, bro, I think you're ready to brace this pain. Bang, here we go. You feel me? I got that. I fucked up my first semester in med school. I talk about that shit. Because this is the shit that I was doing. I was healing myself. I was like, yo, fuck class. I could repeat a semester. Cool. Whatever. You feel me? So I was, going over the material and shit, but I was more so working on me, rebuilding myself. And at that point, I had completely disconnected from so much shit. I didn't want to do med school no more. Like, because when I really found myself, it was different. So, anywho, as the time went on, the shit, heart chakra cracked open. So when I go back home, I couldn't come back to med school because I had fucked up the first semester. The second semester that I could have passed, that I was about to pass, I failed my final. Like I failed it bad because all I could think about was my grandma. I was mad at everybody. You feel me? I found out on social media that my grandmother, like nobody decided to text me, cuz Ray, we knew you was about to go into a final. Okay, cool. But why wouldn't you? And it was like, as soon as I called my sister, it was like, damn, we told him not to post shit. How long have y'all known this shit? This didn't just happen. You feel me? Furious. Furious. But this time when my shit broke open, I knew how to fix. I knew how to go in. And that was the most beautiful moment that ever happened in my life. Because I started meditating. I started sitting. I started doing away with outside noise. I started reading. I started doing things and I started to heal myself. I didn't know what a healing process was until then. And I started to heal myself. And it was in healing myself that I started to learn the power of chakras. I realized what love really is and what it is to love somebody. I realized we talk about it as according to psychology, the 5 phases of grief. Nobody tells you how to actually process them shits. Because when depression hits, they just give you a medicine. You got to get through depression. The reason why they give you a medicine, because it's going to sedate you. When it sedates you, you'll never get to that last point, which is acceptance. Acceptance is powerful. Because if you ever reach a point of acceptance of anything, you have the option. No, you have the choice to accept or reject. They want to keep you in the space of denial. So you're not even making a choice of acceptance or rejecting. You're now believing. You're in denial. You can't believe. Like when people are, I can't believe this is happening. What level of the mind is that? What level of the mind is the first stage of grief? The first level of the mind, belief. When you get to acceptance, what is the final level of the mind? Understanding. What is understanding? To be able to accept or reject something. It's all written right there. Your religion teaches you this. Every spiritual system teaches you this, but they try to make it in such coded symbolism that motherfuckers can't get it because it's a mythology, a ritual, and an allegory. It's all right there. And I can show you 100% because I dived into it. I dove into it. Right. So, anywho, and this is So Frail 3. But, anywho, from those moments, I sat with myself. I started to develop. One thing that I realized was the deepest aspect of myself was that I had masculinity in me, deep and dormant. I'd always been one who was analyzing and deconstructing. My masculinity was very strong. I just didn't know what it was because I'm thinking masculinity is manliness, right? So as I'm meditating, my healing, I could not heal from a feminine perspective because I'm not a feminine being. So when we gather, and this is how I know, this is why I tell people, look, the world is built off toxic femininity. Everybody think I be bullshitting and shit because they still think it's about woman shit. I'm above the gender shit. I'm above the actual divinity of it now. I've been on this shit. A masculine being can't heal from a feminine perspective. But we're programmed as men to heal and to do things as feminine men. This is why I say it's toxic femininity, because we shifted from what women operate. It is now though, but there's no masculinity in the world. So when we had to heal, for a man to heal, he has to analyze and deconstruct. For a woman to heal, she has to synthesize and construct, which means you have to synthesize. A woman has to heal by synthesizing and constructing the pain. Men have to heal by analyzing and deconstructing the pain. But what do they teach us to do? Synthesize and construct our pain, which is what we're not supposed to fucking do. That's not how we heal. That's how women heal. Which makes you wonder, like, how in the fuck did femininity take over? Because femininity is about construction and synthesis. When a man takes over, and when the men that have taken over through femininity, they have to shift it from toxic femininity because it has to clash with women. Because they clash with women, really. That's why submission, religion, all these things are what they are, because these things are built off of toxic femininity. Your religion, the religions that you follow are toxic feminine essences. The highest men of them are all toxic feminine beings. They do destructive shit, but they get praised for destructive shit. Think about just from the Bible's perspective. You feel me? Just about from the Bible's perspective. Think about King David. What did he do? What are some of the things that he did? You feel me? We get that, when he was fighting David and Goliath and shit, you feel me? It was, oh, I fucking killed the giant, whatever. But what was his most iconic point that a lot of people don't pay attention to? When he lost his child in 7 days from Bathsheba, but nobody wants to pay attention to why. You feel me? He put his homeboy Uriah the Hittite on the front line so he can be killed and he can take his wife. That's toxic feminine shit. That's destructive shit. That's toxic feminine behavior. That's not toxic masculinity. That's toxic femininity that men exhibit. Same shit. And barbarism is rooted in that. Same shit with King Solomon. When they asked him, yo, how do you know who's who? Cut the baby in half and give one piece to the other. And the lady said, just keep the whole baby intact. That's toxic femininity, destruction. Everything we look at is religious based is all based off of toxic femininity. So when men are exhibiting toxic femininity, what we're going to get is war. We're going to get the shit that the world is running on right now. You're going to get the shit Joe Biden's doing. You're going to get the shit that all of these people are doing because they're toxic feminine beings. They're not masculine beings. But because they have fucked up the reality of masculinity, it's not here. So when masculinity shows itself in the black men that we see, we call them a problem. Malcolm X, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Fred Hampton. I can go on. Nipsey Hussle, Tupac. I can go on. But the ones that exhibited the toxic femininity, they reign supreme. Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. I can go on with this shit. I'm telling y'all, I'm too cold with this shit. I only had to tell y'all how deep I am with this shit. But in the process, I'm saying that because as men, we can't heal our pain from femininity. We can only heal our pain from masculinity. We have to analyze and deconstruct our shit. Women don't. Women have to synthesize and construct their shit. You see what I'm saying? It's different. So as I was learning and developing masculinity and shit, I was like, this is what I've been lacking the whole time. This analysis and deconstructing component would have been that. It would have been there all of these years to do certain things to elevate my mind to a certain point. But So Frail had not been written yet. This is 2014, so I'm going through this healing process. I'm actually breaking down. I'm studying, I'm reading, I'm meditating. I completely detached from the world. I'm going through a healing process. I'm addressing all of the dynamics of what went on. First thing I addressed was what happened when I was 17 years old. Because that opened the door for me to even be in a relationship with somebody like I was in. Because we created a trauma bond, because we were both in pain and our pain felt each other. You feel me? Our monsters got along well together until they couldn't get along anymore. Until my mind didn't want to be a monster anymore. Her still did, but it's cool. You know, it's different. But when I went back and I started processing that, I seen, yo, this was a butterfly effect. This one moment created everything else. And in being accountable by that, it's like, yo, so in the first aspect of the healing, like I said, healing is painful. People be thinking like because they stop hurting at the next phase. No, when you actually truly healing, that shit hurts. That shit hurts. And I'm saying that the healing is painful because it's like when I actually look back to it, it's like, yo, I did this to myself. So what did I had to do? So it's like in going through the chakras and understanding that, my biggest battle in my chakras was at my sacral chakra and my solar plexus. Sacral chakra is blocked by guilt and it governs your sexuality and your feelings. I had no feelings and I was a hoe. Fuck. You feel what I'm saying? It was right there. My personal identity at this point, when I started doing my process, I was a broken person, but I started to go back to them. I was like, yo, I internalized that I was a rapist. I internalized that I had raped that girl. I internalized that I was a sexual offender. Despite the fact that even though I was like, I still internalized that. And I internalized that based off of one, knowing that if the story came out, motherfuckers, that's all they gonna see. That's all they gonna see. You feel me? So I started going through the chakras. But I realized you can't skip chakras because I try to just, oh, the chakras here. Let me just start here. No, no, you can't. And this is why they tell you when you're unblocking your chakras, you go from the root to the crown. You have to, because if you try to unlock the crown and come back, you're going to fuck yourself up. The reason why is because your mind is going to expose you to aspects of the world and yourself that are going to fuck you up. It ain't that you leave the universe. You feel me? You astral projector, you see some dark, sinister shit. No, you see the very shit your mind allows you to create. That's the power and the beauty of the mind. So it's like when you're unblocking your chakras, you got to get your foundation right first. You got to go through your root. The root chakra is blocked by fear. So when people ask me, why did I go into religion the way that I do? Because just like the rest of y'all, I'm willing to admit this shit. But just like the rest of everybody who follows religion, you fear it. You're taught to. You know how you're taught to fear it? Because you're taught to have faith in it. And fear and faith are the same shit. I don't just be pulling this out my ass when I say this shit. This is actual breakdown that I can show you on multiple levels. But fear and faith are the same shit. So if you have faith in something, you also fear it by default. Simply because the opposite sides of the same coin. Faith is when you go towards something you don't understand. Fear is when you avoid something you don't understand. That is why the root chakra, because the root chakra is blocked by fear, right? This is the dope part I mentioned in So Frail 3. The root chakra is blocked by fear. Right? Fear and faith, we know, are the same sides, opposite sides to the king. But both of these sides initiate. Fear and faith are what initiates you into the first level of the mind, belief. To absolve fear means that you have reached understanding. The root chakra, hear me well when I say this. The root chakra alone governs. No, the root chakra alone is associated with your four phases of your mind. You don't even, and you can't access your soul until you have reached the, you can't even access your soul in regards to your will and the pendulum and how the body goes, thought from physical, mental, and spiritual, action, thought, and will, and creating this energy. You cannot get to your will. You cannot get to your soul until you have mastered the mind. You have to get to the point, your mind has to reach the point of understanding. And when you're on your root chakra, you're at the state of belief. Survival, fight or flight, all of that shit is sitting right there because you lack understanding. So if you stuck on your root chakra, how are you going to understand the root chakra? It's absolved and blocked by you having understanding. How can you understand your feelings if you don't have understanding in general? So the reason why people ask why am I so big on religion and shit the way I am, because religion is solely created to keep you on your root chakra. You can have a positive experience with your root chakra. You can have a negative experience with your root chakra, but it's tied to the religion that you have or whatever you will follow religiously, because it's based off faith and fear. They're the initiating points. You feel me? My biggest fears were being exposed as a rapist. My biggest fears were being uh, discredited for working on everything I had because of that situation. So I needed something. I had to believe in something, right? To get myself through that. And then from the belief, I had to study antithesis of myself. All of this shit is about me. The healing part became about me. I had to do this for myself and studying this shit. So I went through the chakras. I went through the levels of the mind. I went through this shit. Never once do I ever want you to feel like I just made this shit up off the top of my head to sound woke. No, this is a duplicatable process that nature, the universe, has provided you with the tools with on the inside to use. We just don't know how to use them anymore. You feel me? So I got to that. I healed my root chakra, got my root chakra unblocked and everything because the final piece, and this is the only reason why I am that way I am with religion. That's the only thing I feared because I had faith in it. You feel me? Imagine being told that, you feel me? I've had women tell me they want a good God fearing man. I can't fear God. I can't. Why would I fear what I'm made in the image of? That means I fear myself. Really, when you realistically look at it like that. But anyway, I digress. In understanding that and developing that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna face the biggest fears that I have. It was those two and the fear of God. So when I got to the point of why was I taught to fear this? But then you have to understand where God lives. You gotta understand where it's so much about it. Like that's why I be getting confused when a motherfucker tells me they're gonna follow God's will, but they can't understand the mind of God. Because I know the power of the mind. I know the soul. I know what's supposed to divinely connect us in a certain way. So dealt with that situation. Got through the fears of everything. Went on to the solar plexus. I mean sacral chakra. Then I started to understand my feelings. For the first time, I understood I didn't have none. I was numb. I This is why I said I don't give a fuck so hard when I was young. I had internalized that. I had not given a fuck so much that I had completely obliterated my feelings. Therefore, I couldn't understand them. Why? Because the four levels of the mind to address my feelings, I had to believe that they're there. I was in denial to the time. I don't fuck, man. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I ain't hurt. I'm good. I'm good. All right, nigga. You good. You good. Now you're emotionally retarded. People laugh at that phrase when I tell motherfuckers I was emotionally retarded motherfucker. I've been the emotionally unavailable motherfucker, and I've been the catty argumentative motherfucker, but above all, I've been emotionally retarded. Because I would not accept my feelings. Therefore, I couldn't process and understand the feeling to accept or reject it when it comes. Now I'm at the point where people are like, oh, you just don't feel. I've already processed that feeling. All four levels of the mind. I'm rejecting the fact that this feeling is there. I'm not denying it. I'm angry. I'm upset. You know what I mean? This is how, you hear celebrities, oh, you give yourself 5 minutes to vent. I'm allowed 5 minutes to vent because these 5 minutes I'm going to process from belief, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding about this feeling. And I'm going to make a choice. Do I accept this feeling or reject it? Right. So then when you get to that point of your feelings and understand them, you reject and accept these feelings. Now you go into your personal identity. My personal identity was fucked up. For years, I kept saying, yo, you know, I'm a failure. I fucked up. I'm a failure. I said, like, what I'm saying? I had internalized shit like that. Not just from the shit when I was 17, but now I got to think about all of the shit that I failed as a man because a woman cheated on me and I was supposed to be a good man. All this other goofy shit. Like I internalized so motherfucking much that had to be cleaned the fuck out. But I had to understand it. Once my personal identity got right, and I talk about this in So Frail 3, there's a point where you have reached accomplishment or beauty. The sixth sphere of the tree of life, which is also your third chakra, representative of your third chakra and how to uncover it. It's called Tifereth, right? And what the sixth sphere represents is beauty. People think beauty is just physically appealing. No. And this is why it made so much sense when people say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You determine beauty, not the world. It's a lot of cute shit out there, but you determine beauty. That was the first time I saw the beauty in myself. As a man, you know how much power that gives you? You feel me? I get it. They talk, oh, you handsome. Men aren't beautiful. Men are handsome. Bitch, I'm beautiful. And I'm not talking, because I understand beauty now. Beauty's different. Because another theme of Tifereth, although the theme is beauty, it's also accomplishment. You're not going to feel beauty until you feel accomplished. I was never accomplished, only successful. That was one of the biggest hindrances from me. I was never accomplished, but I was very successful. I had tried to erase the shit by being Mr. Honors Hall, getting the Distinguished Leadership of the Year award, honors graduate, all of that shit. It didn't take it away because I did not feel beautiful because I wasn't accomplished. I was just successful. When I actually accomplished myself and I tapped into my personal identity, that's when I started to feel the beauty of who I was. But I had to accomplish something, but I accomplished myself first. I went back into those archives and said, you know what? I'm not the rapist because I didn't rape anybody, but it's like, fuck whatever stigmas they put on me, it doesn't stick. I control whether or not it sticks or not because do I see the beauty in myself? You feel me? Do I see the beauty in myself? I know it's like, how do you see the beauty in the shit that you did? It's like, beauty is not good or bad. It's not up or down. It is pure, unapologetic acceptance. Everybody talks this shit. Oh, I'm unapologetically black. I'm gonna be unapologetic until it's time to be unapologetic. Until it's time to be beautiful. That's why beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Once I got through my third chakra, the game changed for me. Everything else was like a smooth sailing because that's when I learned that love is the power for correction. It ain't no lustful shit. It's a power, nigga. It ain't even a feeling or an emotion. It's a power. Your feelings sit at your sacral chakra. Your emotions sit at your solar plexus. And there's only two emotions, joy and pain. And love sits at the heart chakra by itself. That's power. Love and hate. Then you know both of these energies. That's why I say love is the power for correction through betterment. Hatred is the opposite of that, the power for incorrection through detriment, whatever. But we flowing this in the book, right? You feel me? When I was facing my heart chakra, that's when I understood the power of the 5 phases of grief. Because each of these things are in the tree of life. They call it the tower moment in tarot or whatever the case may be, but it's actually a path in the tree of life that you have to get to. But you cannot address that path until you have cleared certain chakras. That whole tower path, you have to get through it by going through the 5 stages of grief. Most motherfuckers can't get through shit, especially us as men, because we will not mourn. You mourn, then you get over it. To mourn triggers the ability to overcome denial. If you're not even willing to cry, crying acknowledges pain, low key. If I know I'm hurting, but I'm denying, I'm good. I'm trying to suck the tears up. I'm not saying you got to cry all the time, but if I'm not in a space to let the tears out, I'm not willing to acknowledge the pain. Therefore, if I'm not willing to acknowledge the pain or the loss, I'm in denial. I won't even be able to get mad for the shit. Yeah, motherfuckers in denial say, man, I ain't mad. I'm good. I'm good. No, after you get out of denial, then you move into anger. You need anger. What did they say on I don't know if y'all ever watched American Gods, but when they had Orlando Brown's not Orlando Brown. Is his last name Brown? No, Brown is a dude from that's Raven. What's the other Orlando that played in Drumline? I know his name Orlando, but the one they say looked like Solange. But anyway, he his character for Anansi was like anger gets shit done. People don't realize the power of a lot of coded symbolisms that are hidden right in fucking Hollywood all day long because they hear the phrase but don't know the true context of a lot of the shit that it's associated with, right? So anger does get shit done because after denial, you get through anger. After anger, you start getting to the bargaining stage. Bargaining is when you get to the point of, if you just give me this, I'll do this. It's like the bargaining is a stage of grief because it puts you into depression because you start to realize the bargain don't matter because it's already set in motion. You feel me? I liken it to day trading. If a trade is going against you, I've done this myself. A lot of motherfuckers will be honest with shit like, yo, bro, I'm gonna let the shit turn around and then I'm gonna get out here, and they'll never do it. And then it keeps dropping, keeps going against you, right? So once we get out of the bargaining stage, and it's like we accept, you know what? Ain't nothing to bargain about. It is what it is. The moment you accept it is what it is, it sends you into depression. What happens when we go into depression? They give us medicine. You know why they give us medicine? Because depression is designed to, depression universally is supposed to happen. You dig what I'm saying? When I tell you that your purpose is on the other side of your pain, it's because of depression. When you fall, depression is a fall. It's a descent. You go down, down. People describe depression as a sinking feeling. I'm down, I'm falling, I'm falling. I'm gonna tell you why depression is what it is. And a lot of people will never say this to you because they think depression is a feeling. It's not a feeling. It's not an emotion. It's an event triggered within the power of love. I know it seems so crazy. Love wouldn't do that. Love ain't supposed to do that. It is. That's why it's the power for betterment through correction. When you depress yourself, you become depressed, you reach the bottom. They say most motherfuckers in life don't make their dramatic changes until what? They hit rock bottom. Depression pushes you to rock bottom. The reason why people transform after rock bottom because there's nowhere else to go. There's nothing left to do but build. Depression is where you build yourself. Depression is your cocoon. Butterfly, caterpillar. We have to change the way in which we experience and we look at depression. Medicine will never get you out of depression because medicine can't build you from the inside. You have to. This is all spiritual work. You have to rebuild you. So the depression that I faced, that I had to get through, it's depression, the suicidal thoughts, the fucking everything the anxieties, all of the troubles that I felt, that I had internalized, that I've dealt with, I had to sit with. I couldn't no longer run from them shits no more. And I started to build my foundation of self on that. You feel me? It's in the imagine depression like a crater. When you hit rock bottom, how are you going to get out? You're not just going to sit there and wait to die. You're going to look at that hole and see how far you got to get out, and you're going to start to build a way out. Depression, overcoming depression solidifies your foundation as a person. It solidifies the foundation of your soul. Once you get out of depression and you have solidified your foundation, you lead to acceptance where you can either accept or reject the things that have happened to you, the things that you have gone through. No more blame, no more guilt. In the sacral chakra, it's blocked by guilt, as they say, but I changed it in So Frail to onus because onus can go both ways because everything has dual nature. So it can be credit or blame. Onus is basically what you give credit to or what you blame. When you take onus as a singularity thing, there's no more credit or blame, and there's no more this is this person's fault, this is my fault, this is that. It's just it is what it is. Then you understand why it is what it is to get to acceptance and rejection. You feel me? I no longer look at the shit that happened to me or the shit that was done to me or the shit that I've done is, you know, I'm able to accept it. It's like, yo, you did this when I did. You don't feel bad. I've had somebody ask me about it, and this is another, what I'm about to say next is going to tie to solar plexus chakra. I had somebody ask me about it, and they were like, damn. They were like, oh, so you just did that? You don't even feel ashamed about what you did. I don't. I'm not proud of it, but I'm also not ashamed. And nobody's going to make me feel ashamed for the shit. Nobody's going to make me internalize that as a piece of my personal identity. I'm not proud of the shit that I did. In the moment the young girl's mama told me, she said, oh, you said it like you. I'm not proud of what I did, but I'm also not ashamed. The reason why I say that is because the sacral solar plexus chakra is blocked by shame. The duality of shame is shame and pride. They teach us pride comes before destruction. So does shame. But you got to ask yourself, does it come before destruction inflicted on you or destruction that you're planning to inflict? People don't pay attention to that part. That came from fucking Dragon Ball Z. They like, yo, Vegeta's pride and shit is going to be what kills him. But Vegeta's pride is also what makes him keep going. He ain't ashamed of being a Saiyan. You're not going to make him feel that way. Frieza, that's what Frieza was trying to do as a character. Frieza's character was making the Saiyans feel shameful, calling them filthy monkeys. What the fuck do you think Caucasian people have done to us for all of this time? Make us feel shame for being black, and we felt the fucking shame. There's a lot of shit that we got to deal with. Even in having pride in being black is hard because you can only be a certain dynamic of black. Don't nobody want to be prideful in the full totality of black. Don't nobody want to embrace the hood. Don't nobody want to really embrace ratchet shit. Don't nobody want to embrace for example, There's a video, a little post going around about some kids that went to high school, black kids that went to high school prom holding machine guns. I don't give a fuck about whether it was real or not. She didn't lose her scholarship or whatever the case may be. Fuck all of that. However, the backlash and the outrage was so much that black people see this is not cool. This is not cool. If Caucasian kids would have done the same thing in a hunting outfit or some shit like that, would have been, oh, that's so. Nobody would have said shit. You feel me? So it's like we are stuck with a personal identity crisis. We have a collective solar plexus that we gotta heal because we can't have pride, or we don't want to be ashamed of being black, but we can't have full pride in being black because it's too much with it. You dig what I'm saying? Way too much with it. So those are things that we have to overcome. You feel me? But we have to get to the point of grieving and healing, getting our heart chakra right to where we can even accept or reject things in life. That leads us to the next chakra, which is your communication, which is being able to tell the lies that you're hearing and the lies that you're speaking. You feel me? To yourself. You know how many lies I told myself? In those moments, lies I told myself. I'll never be anything. I'm done. My life is over. At 17 years old, I uttered the words, my life is over, and it stopped. My life didn't resume until I became Mr. Honors Hall my sophomore year. 17 years old, it was my first semester, my senior year. So for literally 2.5 years, my life stopped because I told myself I died. And I mean, like this is why I said it. I died on the inside. I died then. My spirit was broken. Those are lies I told myself. I told myself I won't shit. I told myself I'm a pervert. I told myself I'm a rapist. I told myself these things like because that's what motherfuckers kept saying to me. And I listened because of the experience made me feel so guilty for it that I internalized it. And I uttered these words over myself. You feel me? And those lies were still there. So even when I achieved all of these things, I couldn't believe them. I couldn't believe that that person still wasn't under there because I was just waiting to come out. You feel me? And I was waiting. I was like, yo, waiting for the shoe to drop. Just waiting to come out. There's no shoe going to drop. There's nothing that's going to come out because that's not who the fuck I am. It was something that I did. So many of us have internalized some shit that we did as who we are, and it's fucked us up mentally. So I had to break that illusion of myself, of telling myself that, yo, it's not who I was. It's something that I did. You feel me? That was throat chakra. You feel me? My third eye was open, like it was different. Cause that's being able to see through illusion. That's how I was able to see, oh, this is a matrix they got us in. I said, when I looked at the school to prison pipeline and shit like this and all this, like, oh, they've been planning this shit. Music videos, the music, the industry, all of this shit. They made me this way. They made me this way. My father's out of the home. My mother got to work 2 jobs and go to school. Just me and my sibling. We latchkey kids now. What are we exposed to? We're made this way. What the fuck? That was the illusion I had to see through. See, some people be trying to put on position. Like, it's not like I give white supremacy some crazy power and shit, but I acknowledge the power they're using against my people. I know what they're doing against my people now. The illusion is gone from me. I see through the bullshit. I don't give a fuck about none of it. Like, I know when they're gonna do something to stir up your emotions. I know when they're gonna do, like, I know what they're doing this shit for. I get it now. I see the game. Some motherfuckers will never see it because they think it's me being woke or some shit like that. Walk my shoes. Sit with me long enough to understand how I got here. I promise you, you'll be able to see the way I see. I promise you. I know people right now that have told me they finished So Frail 3 and they're like, bro, this shit different. They cannot see the shit. Now they starting to tap in. They starting to see the world, how it's supposed to be viewed. Just as it the fuck is. So being able to see through illusions is a powerful thing. You know what I'm saying? People say, oh, you take shit too serious. Nah, it's a different level of energy right now. You feel me? Your crown chakra, people be thinking like crown chakra is Christ consciousness. That's what the fuck Jesus was supposed to be about. Niggas don't even pay attention to that shit because y'all motherfuckers so busy believing that the nigga was real, that they can't see the mythology for what he represented to get to the allegory, what he's supposed to explain to you. This is why no matter what context of any Bible you read, 18 years of Jesus' life is missing because this is what the fuck he was doing in the story. But they took it out because they said we can't canonize it, because if we let these motherfuckers know that what's happening right here, they gonna know that, oh, this is allegory. This is power that I have. Jesus represents consciousness. He doesn't represent a person. That's why he's called Christ, Christo. That's why the seventh chakra is called the crown chakra, or Christ consciousness. Now let's break that down, because now I put that in So Frail 3 at the very end and called noirophobia. Christ consciousness, right? Christ derives from the word Christos. Christos, which is Latin. So Christos came from it's Latin, but it transliterated from the Greek and the Roman, the Greek and the Hebrew, which came from Messiah and Messiah. Messiah has never, ever been a single person. Messiah has always been a state of consciousness. Know that. The fear of the Black Messiah has never been one person. It's the fear of us waking the fuck up the right way, accessing our crown consciousness in real time, which is very doable. I'm there. I've done it. I do it. My shit is open. I'm clear. I'm there. Like, I'm telling y'all, and I know how to do the shit. You feel me? But people can't see it because of the profane part of the profundity. They miss the profundity. Like, it needs both. Crown consciousness, Christ consciousness, that level. This is why in the Bible, in John 10:31 or 10:34, Jesus says, your word says ye are gods. When they asked Jesus who he was, this nigga say, nigga, y'all are gods too. The fuck? Nobody catches that shit. You know why? Because then you can no longer rely on Jesus anymore. You can no longer rely on God, because they both beings have told you, you are us. Why the fuck are you calling on us? Crazy, right? Crazy. But you know how that soul belief of knowing that you're supposed to be at the divine level of Muhammad, the divine level of Jesus, the divine level of Krishna, Buddha, Allah, all of these motherfuckers, right? But you're stuck believing in them on your root chakra because you fear or have faith in it. The crown chakra, the Christ level consciousness, that takes you to a whole nother point. Even in the Bible, it talks about it, where it says the 7 seals are going to break. Those are your 7 chakras opening up, and you're going to have a spiritual awakening. How do you quell the beast? That's why at the end of the battle, when they says what happens is the great serpent gets locked in the belly in the bowels of the earth. You feel me? What is that? Other than the root chakra, the base of your spine. And the serpent power is your kundalini energy that has to run up your spine. It's the energy of your spiritual self that's supposed to connect you from your soul, from your crown chakra to your root chakra. When you have the control to send the serpent back down after the spiritual awakening, that's when you woke up. Because the crown consciousness, Christ consciousness, it is about connection. It's blocked by attachment. When you attach to shit, people be asking me, yo, how do you just end relation? I don't end relationships. I disconnect when the shit over with. Motherfuckers be like, yo, what about our last conversation will be our last conversation. Time's gonna move on. I connect to people. When you're used to attaching to people, you can't understand the connection. Oh, people being fake. People don't fuck with me. People don't this. No, they disconnected because this thing has been severed. You feel me? When I learned how to disconnect from the world, not detach, not go into isolation, not, become antisocial. I was antisocial in college, but as I got older, when in the healing process of, getting my masculinity in check and overcoming these things that had affected me, I had reached a point where I disconnected from it, to where I no longer, I still got don't get me wrong, I still got my feelings where shit bothers me, but when I'm ready to unplug, I unplug. When my battery is full, I unplug. When my battery is empty, I plug in. But I don't attach. That's parasitic. You feel me? But in reaching that point, we can all get here. You feel me? There's a lot of Christ. There's a lot of Messiahs here. The fear of the Black Messiah is about, nigga, we all wake up. Imagine us all waking up. All waking up like this. They'll never see it coming. This is what they fear. This is what they've been trying to kill for a long time. Because even in their delusion, They didn't understand the reality. They didn't understand the allegory of the religion that they forced upon us, that they manipulated, pushed upon us. So they made us believe it was real while they believe it's real too. And either they're going to believe it's real or they're going to believe it's fake. They're not going to understand what it represents on all three levels. So when they say we have the fear of a black messiah, nigga, you can't stop a black messiah from coming. Motherfucker been hitting it. Motherfucker done came back several times over. Only thing you can do is demonize a black messiah. And that's what they do. Because a black messiah can help you elevate your consciousness. The only issue is none of our black messiahs has ever been able to actually chronicleize what the fuck it was to ascend into a messiah. A lot of them just did the shit. And you be wondering how the fuck. I always talk about it like this. Pac had a 6-year career. Everything we know about Tupac was in 6 years. Almost similar to Nipsey Hussle too. Nipsey Hussle had a run. I think his was about 10. No, couldn't have been 10 because it was less than 10. About probably like 6 or 7 too. You feel me? It's always like small pockets of time. They do phenomenal shit that bellows through the eons. That's a messiah, bro. But again, a messiah isn't a person. It's a state of consciousness. When you reach a certain state of consciousness, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, which now ties into my direction for myself. The level of consciousness that I've achieved is what I was able to do with mastering the market. What I was able to do with hitting it raw. What I was able to do with So Frail, masculinity, all of these things. Nobody, and I say this with the utmost modesty, has done what I've been able to do with a lot of the shit that I've done. My Hitting the Raw book is 78 pages, and I give you more game about science and nutrition than several books that you can find that are like 150 something pages. Like, I break shit down like that. It's Christ consciousness. I can see deeper into some shit. I'm aware of some shit at a very, very principal level, a basic level, the original level in which you was there. It's hard to get here. These moments you can achieve. I happen to have a predisposition to be able to reach these things faster because of my rank on the other side, which translates here. You feel what I'm saying? Like, nobody can understand. Like, for example, when I talk about in hitting it raw, right? When I talk about, how do you know vitamins and, well, vitamins, vital, you feel me? Give you energy. You feel me? Minerals, mind, ground you. Simple. It'd be written right there in the words. How do you figure that shit out? I didn't have to figure shit out. It told me what it was. Nature tells you everything. You feel me? You eat a tomato. Tomatoes have lycopene in them, which are good for heart. You cut a tomato open, what does it look like? Fucking heart valves. Shit don't be hard. It's right there. You feel me? The color shit that you eat, it associates, of course, it does associate with your chakra. But why? Why is the energy there? Because that's excitatory energy. It's certain energies that are tied to these things. You feel what I'm saying? Nobody did that shit that I did with hitting the raw. The way that I did it. You dig what I'm saying? Mastering the market, I promise you, I put money on it. I have not met anybody who can read the markets that I can. Mind you, read the markets the way that I can. Now, mind you, this is without using the news, without paying attention to current events, without following any kind of, like, just purely reading the markets. You won't find it. Because it's deeper than regurgitating shit. My consciousness is in this. Which now ties into the final piece, which is the full purpose of all this. So Frail. So Frail was completed because I have reached the level I was supposed to reach as a human. I've healed the things I was supposed to heal. Not only healing, recovering. Recovery leads you to creativity. Your recovery makes you be creative with your pain. You feel me? Growing up, I was a malnourished kid. I was well fed, but I was malnourished. A lot of us in the black community are well fed, malnourished kids. Meek Mill called them oodles or noodles babies. Oodle noodle babies. A lot of us were oodle noodle babies because we were fed, but we weren't nourished. I didn't know about a fucking vitamin until I got to college. When I was young, don't get me wrong, my mom bought me a pack of Flintstone vitamins when I was like 7. After them shits was gone, I ain't get no more. Because it was like a 30-day supply. I didn't remind her that I was out. I just thought there was candy, so I can only eat one candy a day. The candy gone. I don't want no more of that shit because that's boring. I want to eat candy the whole day. I can't eat but one. Fuck it. I don't want that shit no more. You feel me? So I ain't fuck with the vitamins, but I had not gone back into vitamins until like college. You feel me? How many of us in the black in culture are fucking malnourished? We well fed, but we malnourished. I ate a meal every single night. I ate breakfast every morning. I ate lunch all the time. I ate a lot, but I was malnourished. I wasn't getting the vitamin, the vital nutrients and sustenance that I was supposed to have within my body. The 90, the all of the minerals and shit that I was supposed to get that I can get from a shot of sea moss. Just think about if I had that shit as a kid. I might still have my motherfucking hair right now. I don't know. But all of this played itself out because shit I didn't know. So that's how Hitting the Raw came about. I recovered from the pain of being malnourished and created something with it. Purpose on the other side of your pain. Poverty? I grew up in poverty. I was always trying to find a get rich quick scheme. I said there was some way that I was like, nobody wants to be broke. Nobody wants to fucking be broke. So the fuck I'm gonna do? I've been trying to hustle. I've been master in the market said, if I understand money, I'll never be broke again. I wanted myself to be in a position that whatever afflicted me as a kid, whatever afflicted me growing up is a choice for me, not a standard, not a default. Malnutrition is now a choice. You feel me? But you can't make a choice if you ain't got the knowledge base, y'all. This is what I was trying to say. I didn't have the knowledge base to know that I was even malnourished. You feel me? Like I said, I ate every fucking night. I ate every fucking morning. I never missed a meal. Ever. But I was still a malnourished kid. Because I wasn't getting the nutrients my body actually needed. You feel me? So Hidden Rock got created. Master in the Market got created because poverty was painful. I'm not trying to be in this shit, but there's got to be something that can make me money all the time. Well, if money is moving all the time, why don't you move with the money? Whoa, nigga, can I move with the money? Yes, you can move with the money, homie. How am I gonna move with the money? Trading. I can do Forex, stocks, crypto, whatever. I know this shit so well, it doesn't matter what market you put me in front of. I mastered this shit. Feel me? I recovered from the pain and I got creative with it. Poverty don't hurt me no more. It'll never hurt me again. It'll never hurt me again. I can't say the same for those who came up with my upbringing or anything like that because they didn't do what they didn't heal, they didn't recover from the pain that I recovered from regarding poverty, right? Masculinity, which is the basis of this episode. And we're gonna try to wrap it up. I thank y'all for holding on. I'm done. I'm almost done. This is the last piece that I'm gonna make. It's the last piece I'm gonna make. You feel me? Because it ties it all full circle. So masculinity, I had to heal. I had to realize that a lot of the culmination of shit that happened to me was largely because my father wasn't there, but it was deeper than just my father not being there. There's because there was no masculine essence in my life. Not only in my life, but in the world. So it couldn't have been in my life. With or without my father being in my life, there was no masculinity. Masculinity is the spiritual, mental, and physical embodiment of the essence of analysis and deconstruction. I stand on that definition. I have not been refuted and I haven't been proven wrong on that definition as to how it plays itself out. Nobody can argue me with that shit. Yes, I did download this shit from the universe, but I also can tell you where you can find the real-time shit in actual documented records. Now, when I give people these records, they say, "Oh, that's too deep for me to read." Well, shut the fuck up. My consciousness allows me to dive into that shit. You're not even deep enough to understand the shit that I play with. You feel me? Now, this is why this is why I tell people I forget. I reminisce about shit motherfuckers ain't even fathomed yet. And I forget shit people haven't even learned. It's different. I'm not bragging when I say that shit. I know this shit. You feel me? But when it comes to masculinity, it was largely tied to the fact that I didn't have it. Masculinity, if I would have had an active masculine essence, every trauma, every pain that I inflicted on myself and the world would have been prevented simply because I would have analyzed and deconstructed the world. They always tell us to lead with masculinity, but don't even know they're telling us to lead with it. How many times have you a kid you said think before you act? How many times have you heard think before you act? Not feel before you act, because that's femininity. How many times have you heard think before you act? But you don't know how to really think before you act because you're not programmed or wired to analyze and deconstruct shit. That's masculine shit. You got to practice the masculine essence in order to exude it. You feel me? You're predisposed to it, but you still got to nurture it. You still got to nurture that motherfucker. So in observing masculinity, observing all of the things that, and then utilizing them, I was able to get y'all the So Frail series and even these So Frail conversations. I don't want to be one who just keeps saying, "Yo, we okay." No, we're fucked up, bro. We're fucked up. So fucked up that each of us has an experience or some way, shape, or form, or knows a motherfucker in close proximity, whether we're willing to admit it or not. You feel me? That has done some shit similar to the story that I just told. And the story that I just told is also the reason why a lot of brothers will defend the bullshit as to what did she have on? What was she wearing? She wasn't supposed to be there in the same space. She wasn't as I got into a conversation with somebody and told him, I said, yo, you'll be a rapist, bro. He talking about, how you gonna say that just because of that? I was like, nah, because I can tell by how you're defending this shit. My homies defended me. Granted, I didn't do the shit, but nobody knew whether or not I did the shit because we had not gone to court yet or anything. They was willing to just throw this girl under the bus. There's motherfuckers who have actually done shit like that. You feel me? And the same shit has happened. People that said, nah, we don't know the story that I told about the dude from undergrad that I knew. That's a very similar story, yo. Very similar story. And the first thing everybody said was, we don't know all the details, y'all, yet. Don't be so quick to throw him under the bus because you know he was God-fearing man. He was this, he was that. You cannot. I don't give a fuck if you God-fearing. I don't give a fuck you go to church every day. I don't give a fuck if you pray, you do all this shit. If you have a wired programming to be something, you are going to be it. If your unconscious mind has something wired deeply within you to be something, you're going to act on it unintentionally. You don't think about the shit. That's why when people say, yo, this happened, I couldn't even control myself. I didn't know what happened. That's because your unconscious mind kicked in. You can't stop that shit. Your unconscious mind is taking over. You need to reprogram your unconscious mind. How do you get to that? How do you get to that? That's what motherfuckers ain't gonna teach you. They're gonna tell you to pray and lay it on the altar. No, that can't be done. You have to go through the right individual processes. I know that my brother's on some fucked up shit. I know we on some fucked up shit, but we programmed this way. Either we gonna be these type of womanizers or we gonna be the motherfucking gangsters and shit, killing and destroying the community. This was by design. How do you prevent the rise of a motherfucking black messiah? You ensure that one will never come because you control the reality in which a messiah shows itself. And don't forget to check out Cafe Clothing, formerly Just Scenes merch. Get all of your intricate designs crafted specifically for the melanated being to develop a positive imagery within self and to have a little bit of fun in the process. From the peace, love, knowledge, and freedom to the dead horses and water designs, all of the styles are crafted for the imagery to make you feel as you're supposed to feel. Because as I always say, the best way to fit in is to stand out. And what better way to stand out than with your exclusive styles from Cafe Clothing. All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and end it there. That was the 200th episode. I thank y'all for listening, for rocking with me for this long. I know some of y'all done had the space to shut out. You feel me? If you made it this far to the end and you did it on one take, I really fuck with you. But yeah, this is the reality that I'm in. This was my life. This was my life. So when I speak on and I advocate for black women, it's never to get pussy. I already got that shit. I don't have to use that to get pussy. You feel me? When I'm not simping, I know that we as men have a problem. This problem trickles into how the fuck we treat our sisters, how the fuck we treat our women, how the fuck we treat our daughters. A lot of us never come to this realization until we have a child, until we have a daughter. By then it's too late. By then it's too late. All of the shit that you motherfuckers, glorify about, oh, I just wanted to be the man who these women, like, nah, I've been that nigga. I've been I may not be the nigga, but I've been that nigga. For real, for real. No bullshit. It comes with shit being that nigga. Shit that you get lucky to pass by. And it's like when they create this reality for us, this is what we're gonna fall into. School to prison pipeline was said the prison was already made for motherfuckers like me. What is prison full with? Murderers, drug dealers, and rapists. For the most part. More or less. The long sentences are murderers, drug dealers, and rapists. What is the biggest thing being poured into our community to be? Murderers, drug dealers, and rapists. They just euphemize it with good fucking music. Rick Ross got a track where he said, I put something in a drink, she ain't even know it. Niggas was bumping it. You feel me? We make music and we create the very mantras, the very affirmations that lead us to the very prisons that we're going to. Because we lack the masculine factor. There's no messiahs. There's no Messiah energy within us. We need that Messiah energy. That is where you get to your crown chakra energy, bro. And don't think when you get there, it's gonna be on some mystical shit. Like that's why a lot of dudes, man, go to church because I want to. Like, no, you can still do the shit that you want to do with shit, but you now have this. You now have to remind yourself that you are in an absolute state. Reaching Christ consciousness, reaching this level is not mystical shit, bro. It's real. It's easy to do. Not easy, relatively, but you feel me? If you listen to the podcast, if you made it to episode 200, or you heard episode 200, I've literally given you every single key. If you read every So Frail series, I've given you all of the fucking keys. Stop believing in the shit and understand it. That's the only reason why you haven't tapped in yet. That's the only reason why you haven't reached this point yet. That's the only reason why you still feel fearful of achieving it because you think that you're gonna like no, just understand the shit. That's why So Frail 3 was completed, and that's why the final book was what it was, because I said, I'm going to give y'all everything. I'm gonna do it, and there's another reason why I never show my face. I rarely show my face as I put all of this shit out. I need gatekeepers. I need gatekeepers. I need gatekeepers. I got a few. As reaching my absolute self, I understand what it is to die. Before you die, you got to make sure you've done everything you needed to do. So Frail, this wasn't supposed to be written. This is something they wanted to prevent. But I learned. I've observed Tupac. I've observed the people that Tupac was my biggest influence because I see where he went right. Because he was able to unify the people. That's what the thing was. He was able to unify the people. The only problem with Tupac was he talked too much. He talked too much beforehand. He told what his plans were going to be. He said, I just want to get my people right, blah, 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 blah. If you've been fucking with me for a long time, if you ask anybody who, when I first got into the woke community and the conscious community, where they always ask me, what about my plans or what about my ideas? I said, I can't do shit yet. I said, I'm not showing my face yet, but I got a lot of shit that I'm going to work on behind the scenes. I just want to put it all out at one time. What have I done with my entire brand? I have helped Black people, especially Black men specifically, get to a point where you know how to understand your health, what your body needs, what your body doesn't need. You know that. You know that how important melanin is. You melanin. You know these things, right? Create a master in the market. So it's a little work. It's a little work. But if you ever want to tap out and get the fuck out of the system while still being able to fund yourself and survive and be able to be fluid in what you want to be, you can learn how to do day trading and investing. Then I created the So Frail series so that you can learn how to tap into your highest consciousness. J. Edgar Hoover feared the rise of a Black Messiah, never anticipated that somebody would lead a blueprint on how to create one. Again, a Messiah is not a savior. I'm not saving y'all. A Messiah is the highest level of consciousness. I've reached that several times over, and I've been trying to show y'all in real time how to do it. What did I leave y'all? 12 keys of the universe, the 12 laws of the universe. I gave them to you. The chakras, how to unblock them. I gave it to you. Melanin, the chemical keys of greatness. I gave it to you. episode after episode, healing, forgiveness, hurt, heal, recover. I've been teaching y'all how to achieve y'all Christ consciousness right now. And the reason why a lot of y'all have not believed it because you think that Christ consciousness is something totally crazy and some other shit. You can be an all white dripped out. Some of y'all are in Christ consciousness right now. That's the only fucking reason why you can understand me. This is why you're here 200 episodes in and you're not confused. You were elevated a long time ago. You've been here. That's why nothing goes over your head. Nothing gets too complex for you. You've been at your Christ consciousness. You just have to accept the shit. I ain't gonna say you've been at there. You had your Christ consciousness potential is there. You just have to realize it. Because there's still a lot of other things like you're open for that. As they say, when the student is ready, the teacher's gonna appear. We've been walking together for a long time. We've been traveling for a minute. Some of y'all, you feel me? And some of y'all have literally fucked with everything that I put out. And we still vibing on the same wavelength, higher and higher. You feel me? This is what it was about. That's why I saved that chapter in So Frail 3, Noirophobia. I saved that for that reason. I didn't drop the word. I didn't put nothing into the ethers or anything. I said, I'm going to wait until I have it all done. Then I'll talk my shit. Then I'll show my face. Then I'll play the game. Then I will play the fucking game. And you know why I'll play the game now? Because it's chess. I beat them. I mean this wholeheartedly. Not in no funny shit. I beat them. If they kill me, everybody finds all my shit. If they let me live, I just put more shit out. I win. The fear of the rise of a black messiah was deeper than what people think it was. But because they knew that you only understood a messiah as somebody who is going to lead the people or to be somebody who saves all of the people, you're not going to be able to see one when it's right in your face. Go back and read the actual quote that he said. He said they fear the rise of a black messiah who can spark the black nationalist movement. Which means the leaders already weren't sparking the movement. The leaders weren't sparking the movement, so that means they weren't the messiahs. They knew what they were doing. They're killing the people who could spark the consciousness that could happen, right? Because like once the consciousness opens, they can shut it back when they kill somebody. And this is no funny shit, and I hate the trauma that happens to my people. But you get to a point of connection when you realize that when you start to see the video circulate, when they kill us, you know what it's for. It's to send you back to your root chakra. Because now you're in fight or flight response thinking, oh, this could happen to me. That's why I had the power to speak and do the shit that I say and do. You feel me? When the Black Lives Matter thing was quoting, hands up, don't shoot, I can't breathe. Look at all the affirmations motherfuckers are saying because they triggered them down to their root chakra. When shit like that happens, I don't go from my heart down. I go from my heart up. I go back to my crown. That's why I created that merch design. That's instead of Black Lives Matter, it's Black Matter Lives, and on the side of it says affirm, never plead. The fuck is you doing begging? Black Lives Matter. No, bitch. Black Matter lives, nigga. Black Matter lives, and it lives well. You got to change your mentality. Because they're changing your mentality for you the moment they get your feelings tied into some shit. Sacral chakra. I've been trying to tell you how to get to this point. Now I tell you, now y'all know why I got here. Now y'all know how I got here. I had to heal. I had to stop hurting, I had to heal, and I had to recover. And in my recovery, I had to tap into my deepest essence of myself. So as I kept mentioning from the beginning, and it's in there, I was like, I built myself from the outside in, but I never went in. This time, I built myself from the inside out. I started with my spirit. I started my spirit and my soul, my will. I went straight to my mind. I got my thoughts right. Then I built my body. Now I built my physical, which includes, financial stuff and all of these other things. I had to build my physical last. I built my physical first, which was the problem because I had no spiritual with it. That's why they say when motherfuckers get rich, Young Buck said it in a song. It's other ways to say it, but I like the way he said it was better. He said, money don't make a nigga change. It's just the niggas that ain't never had nothing start doing strange things. Money just multiplies who you already are. Don't mean shit. This is why people in poverty can get money and not do shit with it. They don't know how to keep it and multiply it. I was one of those people. I had to go from the inside out, build my spirit first, my will, to create the thoughts, to create the actions to give me dominion that I'm supposed to have in this world. That's how you access dominion. That's how you access your divinity. Your divine state is not some mystical halo type shit. It's just your absolution to where you can balance your masculinity and your femininity, leading with the disposition that you are. As men, our predisposition is masculine, women's is feminine. But your divinity is both. But you just lead through the one. I equally use my masculine and my feminine. Y'all see how dope I be create, how much I create shit? Y'all have been following consistent captions and just random thoughts and shit. These thoughts ain't random. These are strategically pulled the fuck down. I know what to say it, when certain moments are happening, how to trigger certain shit. It's called Masiach energy, Christ consciousness, available to everybody. You just got to be willing to tap in. And I wanted to break this episode down because this is the finale of season 7. Numbers. It makes sense. Season 8, I can come back talking a whole different shit because I got this out. A lot of this episode was largely tied to, I was going to release it anyway. I had already been planning it. I had already been talking to Bond about it. I was like, look, yo, I'm going to tell you first the whole story. So, it's no surprises when you hear it, but you feel me? I got to tell the story. Because it was largely prompted, and it just aligned with the Kevin Samuels thing. How are people going to remember you? I don't want no leaf unturned. So when it comes out and he's like, oh, that ain't true, that ain't happened, that ain't this, and now everybody's leaving speculation as to what it was, and now it's fucking the image that I left. I'm gonna be the motherfucker to tell that shit. And I'm gonna tell the whole side. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. You feel me? Tell the whole thing. I'm big on that. I'm big on being honest. Like, I feel like this. This is why I'm so honest and shit. Why I'm so blunt. I've already been as blunt and honest as I can with the hardest part of my life. And I survived it. The fuck I gotta lie to you for? The fuck? I've already faced life. I've already faced my complete life being gone. I fear nothing. I know that's a dangerous thing for a lot of people to say. It's like, no, everybody, I fear nothing for real, y'all. Shit scares me from time to time, but that's temporary shit. I don't fear shit. Nothing can stop me from being great. Nothing can stop me from tapping into Masiach energy. Nothing. Nothing. You know why? Because that Masiach energy was given to me. It's mine. The fuck? Science says we only use 10% of our brains. That's a fallacy. We only use 10% of our consciousness. If Masiach energy is the highest, Masiach energy is being able to use 100% of your consciousness. You feel me? But we're only using 10 and we're operable. So if we know that 360 degrees makes the consciousness circle, Masiach means that you at 360 degrees. And this is what I'm meaning by it. It's like, don't think, again, it's no grandiose shit. It's like Bruce Lee said, when I first started, a kick was a kick. When I mastered it, a kick, when I was learning, a kick became more than a kick. But when I mastered it, kick was just a kick. That's what it's like for Masiach energy. You know the full totality of something, so where you can either accept or reject that it is and what it ain't. Simple. You're not believing in the shit. You're not having fear or faith in it. You're having acceptance or rejection. You feel what I'm saying? So if we look at that, 10% of our consciousness is only 36 degrees. I got a formula that I broke down in one of my chakra episodes about what numbers each chakra represents. But the 36 degrees out of 10, well, 10% of the consciousness, 10% of 36 degrees is 30, 10% of 360 degrees is 36 degrees, right? There's 8 degrees per chakra. So 36 degrees stops you at what? Your solar plexus chakra, your personal identity. I can't make this shit up. There's no way this shit can be so intricately designed that I'm just pulling it out my ass and just like, I can literally break this down piece by piece by piece by piece by piece. I'm that raw with it. But we only use 36 degrees of our consciousness. The root chakra is 8 degrees. Sacral chakra is 16. You feel me? X plus 2. X times 2. 16. Our solar plexus chakra at the full capacity is what, 30, no, 24 degrees, right? When you add those up, 8, 16, 8, 16, and 24 is what, 48? 48 is the full capacity of your, like, a solid person identity that you created grants you 48 degrees of consciousness. I mean 48, 48 degrees of consciousness. But it's stopping us. We only use 10% of our brain. So somewhere they're causing a deficit within our personal identity. And it's shame and pride. The shit that make us have pride in, the shit that they make us feel shame for. Motherfuckers got prides in countries and flags and all of this shit, landmass. Like, even they got us like that as black people. We want to be African. We want to be indigenous. We want to be all this. Y'all, we're genetically dominant. The landmass don't fucking matter. Now y'all see why I made the shirt with for master. I mean, with the merch, genetics of dominance is God with the fist with Africa in the back with the chains and shit. And it says genetics of dominance. Fuck the borders. Fuck the land masses. Our genetics are the same. Dominant, nigga. We run this shit. When we break that, that's Messianic energy. We're dominant genetic. Y'all can't refute that. I don't give a fuck if you want to call yourself Hebrew, Israelite, Moorish, whatever, Kemetic, whatever, Hebrew, whatever. You're genetically dominant. You can't argue me with that. There's nothing beyond that. Nah, well, we was Africans. Well, now some of us was here before, some of us, but we were always genetically dominant. Leave it at that. That's Messianic energy. Viewing things deeper, or not even deeper, but just as connected as they're supposed to be, not as separate as they made them. And you wonder why you can only access 36%, 10% of your brain, which is 36 degrees of your consciousness, which sits at your solar plexus, and you don't know who your personal identity is because of the shit that shame and pride that you find pride in, the shit that you're ashamed by. Why? Because of the shit that you're made to feel guilty for, which is solar plexus. I mean, sacral energy, which is all based off of whether you have fear or faith in anything based off of your root chakra. It's not designed for you to tap into your full self. And then you go to a school system that makes it, kids pick on you, bullies, all this other shit. That shit is designed to make you stay at your root chakra. If you get lucky enough to get up to your solar plexus, you're not breaking through that motherfucker because we're going to make you feel pride for some shit. We're going to make you feel ashamed. I'm a motherfucking American. You ain't shit. The fuck? Shut the fuck up. You feel me? But then motherfuckers take on shame. They really become that shit. They become the bad person. Imagine telling a kid. Imagine making a kid internalize being called bad. They become a badass kid. Sacral chakra, solar plexus chakra. See how this shit plays out a long times ago? This is why masculinity is important. This is why I did what I did. And these are the things that I express within myself. If you listen to this episode all the way through and you have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything, y'all got the DMs and shit. But this is why So Frail was completed. This reason right here. As my divine gift on the other side, I had to put something equally divine in this world. If there was any question as to what the fuck I am, where I am, who I am, how I am, let this be no question anymore. I play, I don't play, but I mingle as I'm supposed to mingle, but I'm not the same. I know I'm not the same, but I know y'all can get here, but I know I'm not the same. To be an ascended master means that there's a cycle of shit of life that you've completed several times, worlds over, to strengthen your spirit into that divinity. And it's a lot that you got to go through. Tapping into Messianic energy is different than being an ascended master. It's different. It's different. It's a gift and a curse. It's a feel-good thing. Like, people ask me, how are you good at everything? I'm not. Just, it's what I am on the other side. I get, like, you feel me? Like, I get certain things. Like, no matter what it is, I know how to reach the people to do what I got to do. If I want to do a jam session and make some music, I can do it. All of these things. And it's the reason why I say it's a gift and a curse, and I'm going to wrap it up here, is because being good at everything you do makes you not want to do anything to a full capacity to dive in. Of all of the things that I truly mastered, myself and the markets are the only things that I actually dove into. Well, myself, the markets, and then pretty much everything I created, from hitting it raw, mastering the market, Hitting it raw, mastering the market, and the So Frail conversations and all of that, like that took some real diving into. Like, you feel what I'm saying? But everything else prior to that, like I was great at shit that I never was good at. Here's what I mean by that. Like, I'm not even being my best with it, but I'm great with the shit. There's things that are like that with you, and that's how you'll know what rank you hold on the other side. But because of that shit, you got to do more with your life. Y'all niggas can't get here. Niggas, nagas, gods, kings, whatever y'all want to call yourselves these days, y'all can't get here yet because y'all haven't gone through what I've gone through yet. Not my physical being, my soul. I ain't gone through what my spirit been through yet. But again, from the one come the all, therefore the all is the one. You can become an ascended master. Again, it's not about hierarchy. It's not about hierarchy. This is why I can't look down on y'all. This is why I can't sit from a certain place and say, you gotta no, I gotta come down to where y'all sit beside you, sit in the chairs and don't even tell y'all that this is what I am. I mean, granted, oh, you just told us what you are. I can tell it now because I've already left. You already knew. You already knew something wasn't right. Something was different. You already knew that there's a different separation. You feel me? And every day, I get. I don't want people to feel afraid. So I don't have to show the depths of what I do. Everybody know the depths of what I do. Like how shit just cook up. It's like, nigga, you really how you do that? You feel me? It's different. And because of that, that's when I stopped telling people they could do what I do. Because I know you can't. Because you're not what I am. Not yet anyway, but you can be. But I'm gonna go ahead and end it there. I thank y'all for listening to the 200th episode. I hope, however it falls out at this point, again, it is what it is. I got the story out now. I'm in front of it. And the reason why I was gonna say that, I kept missing the point that I was gonna say because of what happened with Kevin Samuels. Like, you feel me? His death, it didn't affect me on some, oh, I'm sad, or like some of y'all other crazy motherfuckers, like, oh, he's dead, long live Cass, whatever his name is. For me, it was like his mark is gonna be left. And when I was posting, I said, damn, I said, y'all hell on the internet. I said, I pray that I'm unknown. If I say I pray that I'm unknown when I transition on, this is why. This was why, because nobody knew the story. I didn't have to tell it. You're not gonna find it. It doesn't exist. I could, for all you know, I could be lying. I could have just spent however many hours I just spent recording this bitch, and I'm lying like a motherfucker. Don't none of this shit add up, and none of this shit really happened. You'll never know because it doesn't exist on paper, but it exists in my heart. It exists in my soul. It exists in the memories of everybody around me. And when shit pop off and oh, he's the, oh, he was the masculine man, he was this and that, somebody's gonna come out. But what about when he raped that girl? Blah, blah, blah. It's over after that. I can't defend it. I can't come back and say, I didn't rape her, bro. The charge started off as rape. I told the story. I got myself, I ain't gonna be able to say none of that. But I have it here. I have it here. So even if I'm not physically present, able to defend myself, I've already done it. I've already done it. And that's what the Kevin Samuels thing, that's why that bothered me. Because it's like, y'all don't know every part of my story. This was the part of my story I ain't gonna say I really didn't really think this. I just didn't want to share it. I just didn't want to share it because it's like, it erases your reality, but I feel like it only erases it when you're not the first one to tell it. When you're not the first one to tell your story, that's when it gets erased. But ain't shit. Ain't shit. But this is why I know so much. This is why I learned to practice celibacy, because a part of this shit was a part of my story. Like, where you going? This is how they gonna get you. This is the only way they can get you. You feel me? Look at my social media. Look at what I'm mostly interacting with. Women. That's not because like I'm a heavy flirt or no shit like that. Like, there's brothers on my page too. They just real quiet. They don't, what I'm saying? But the active engagers are the women. That's why. Like, this is some divine shit. This is some divine shit on the backside of it. I had to learn to control that. Because that's the only thing that can defeat me. But in learning that that was the only thing to defeat me, I realized it was always me and my choices. So I'm going to go to end it there. Go kiss your babies. Make sure they eat their vegetables. And as for our sons, look at the programming of what we have right now. You have the option. I gave you one extreme. This is the greatest and the I ain't gonna say the most magnanimous outcome of what it is to have hoes. We already know what the greatest magnanimous outcome it is to have hands. You a killer, you a gangster, you gonna kill. Like these are the two dynamics. That's why I mentioned that in So Frail 1. Our boys need to know and understand themselves. So Frail 3, I break down so much as far as the intelligences, the different intelligences that we have, the ways in which we protect and provide, how we do certain things. From the whole So Frail series, I left no leaf unturned on what it takes to elevate to a Messiah man. Everybody wants to talk about master. We're divine now. Me and my circle, me and my team, the one that operates on this level, we're divine, bro. It's different. That's when they talk that masculinity shit, we don't get in the conversation because they not even talking what we talk. These niggas still talking about suits and ties. The image, bitch, we on the essence. Got us fucked up over here. You feel me? That's where we at with this shit. And I left the blueprint for everybody to get to it. And when I say the blueprint worked, that motherfucker worked. Everybody, every man that I know that's in a certain space that is elevated off of the shit that I put. I look at his family. I look at his life. I see his kids smiling. I see his wife glowing. I see his ladies doing the shit that they. That's what the fuck it was supposed to be about. That's what they feared coming back. Imagine when they can't fuck with you on that type time. Prepare your sons for that early. Because the fight getting worse. The fight is getting worse. Because masculinity is gone, niggas can really agree that trans women are real women. The fight is getting worse. Make sure you arm them with the right skills. So go kiss your babies. Make sure they eat their vegetables. And I appreciate y'all for listening to episode 200. This was season 7 finale. So by the time y'all actually finish this shit and actually listen to it for real, get from front to end, it'll probably be season 8's time. So I appreciate y'all for listening, walking on a journey. We're going to take a break. I'm going to let y'all process this. So when I come back with season 8, after revealing this, I don't have to hold anything back anymore. I don't have to scale back on the shit that I know, the shit that I've learned, the shit that I experienced. Now y'all know why I am the way I am. Now y'all know how I am the way that I am. And now y'all know who I am, Justine. You feel me? This is why when I teach my students in my sessions, it's like by the end of the session, the only thing you're going to be able to repeat when I ask you who you are is your name. Then that's what they're like, bro. I get it. I know. But go kiss your babies. Make sure they eat their vegetables. I'm going to see y'all on the next one. Peace, love, knowledge, and freedom. I'm out.